Hello and welcome to Regenera. My name is Roxy of Regenera, and I am so honored to welcome you to the re-emergence of our floating city. Thank you for joining us. It is a historic day. Today marks the third time that Regenera has docked to bring all of you along with it to come and explore and connect with our floating city. In 2021, a movement had been growing underground for decades, and it started to emerge. And it was carried on by all of those who were tired of hearing, that's just the way things are. Like every revolution, it started with a story, because stories are our tools to model reality, and the future is always first an idea. Now, welcome again to this floating city. If you received this invitation, you've probably already heard of it before, and I'm so glad you managed to make it here. Now, this city is a city like no other. Our systems run through a synergistic balance of technology and nature. Here, curiosity is virtue and kindness the law. Now, the founders of Regenera established the city on the principles of nature, the seasons, the cycles of life, and everything we do in our city moves in harmony with the living world. This city was built through the shared imaginations of hundreds of revolutionary co-creators who all sought to answer the same question. What does a world that works for all of life look like? And so as we began to design the city that answered this question, we quickly learned that it could not be answered alone. Now, engraved in a stone at the entrance of our council library, there's a phrase that says, "A world that works for all must first be imagined by all." And it was around this stone that our city's founders first gathered to imagine a more regenerative world that works for all. And our ancestors gathered thousands of visioning circles to imagineer this way forward. This phrase is fundamental, and it's a guiding principle and philosophy of the culture of Regenera. It holds two key components from our world. One, that the future is always first an idea. And two, that collaboration is the vital energy of regeneration. Welcome to Regenera. You are warmly invited to become a citizen. You can get connected to our citizen process and get your citizen badge, and I look forward to welcoming you there. Now, coming back to this moment in time, this is one of the most decisive moments of all of humanity. What is happening in front of our eyes is social and systemic change. We are embarking on the biggest adventure of our lives, and we have been. What happens in this decade is going to change the course of our species forever. At the Design Science Studio, an educational and cultural incubator for art, we empower creators to imagine a regenerative future that works for all. And together, we decided to create a space that could contain all the stories that bring this emergent movement to life. We call this space Regenera, this floating city that came from the sky to show us what's possible. And what it brought was this movement, the Regenaissance. So allow yourself to get lost in this story universe. Forget the lines that separate reality from imagination. We comfortably flow between both here. We will create the future we want together, and it all starts here. So welcome. Welcome to Regenera, the heart of the Regenaissance. Today, I am overjoyed. Regenera hasn't docked in almost 2 years. It's been a while. And it has been so incredible to connect with all of the creators from all around the world. There are so many coming together. This is a global confluence for creators of regenerative futures, which you are. That's why you're here. This is a movement that brings together all of us, creators, systems thinkers, folks who are leading organizations, initiatives, so that we can do this collaboration and imagination and co-creation. So I am overjoyed that we have mobilized in this historical moment, in this re-emergence, because together we are propelling the transition to this world that we imagine. And so as we are culturally shifting to comprehensively transform the way we think and we live and redefine our relationship with each other and the planet, we have come together in this re-emergence to feel into what's possible in this decisive decade. And this is a journey. We're restoring ecosystems. We're bringing about the principles of the decade. And we've woven the city with these principles of our collective quest, a more sovereign, decolonized, radically hopeful, and inclusive future. I am one of the stewards of this incredible container. I am honored to welcome you. And I am going to bring up one of our fellow revolutionaries who is going to support us in grounding into this present moment. I welcome up Suparna Chibber. Welcome, Suparna.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. We're so glad you're here. So as Roxy said, a lot of this work is tangible out in the world, but it really begins from within. It is very much a spiritual practice for all of us. And yet we want it to be practical. We want it to be tangible, impactful in the world. I know we're all vibrating today with amazing energy. And my hope for this time together is that we make these butterflies fly in formation. And so with that, I'll say a little bit about what we'll do. So today we'll work with our speech or expression center. How appropriate. It's called Vishuddha, which means purified. And this is the center of our truth, our independence, and our ability to trust others. We're creating a container that is full of trust here. And so that's what we'll invite each other to do over the next few days. And then towards the end of the practice, I'll invite you to do a mudra. You'll see the image behind me. I'll close it so you can meditate on that. But it's called Garuda Mudra. It's the eagle, and it denotes freedom. And how we do it is we bring our left hand in front of the heart like this, palm facing in and thumb facing upward. And then we cross the back of the right hand behind. So basically they're just flying, birds flying, right? And you bring it, you interlace the thumbs and you fan the rest of the fingers outwards and you bring it up to the throat center. Exactly. And you relax your shoulders and align the spine. So when it comes to that point in the practice, I will remind you of these instructions. Stay inwards. Don't open your eyes. Just know that you've done this. You're just basically making your fingers fly. So with that said, I will close my view so you don't see my face. You see the mudra. And you can actually rest your hands. You don't have to do it the whole time, just towards the end of the practice. All right, so with that, start by softening and closing your eyes, please. And anchor into your sits bones with an easy and long spine. And take comfortable but deep, long breaths. Attune to your body by simply observing the natural flow of your breath. Let go of any thoughts and allow yourself to arrive completely in the present moment. Notice the air traveling through your nose, down your throat, and into your lungs. Feel your chest expand as the breath filters through your lungs. Feel the air go down into your belly, into your pelvic bones, and your thighs. Let your body grow heavy. And feel the ground rise up to catch and support you. Feel yourself grounded in the earth. You are safe. Now bring attention to the throat area, your expression center. Imagine a light blue glow arising here. Think of this as an expansive blue, like the blue of the most beautiful, bright sky you've ever seen. This blue radiates outwards like your own, very own big sky. It fills up your throat, your neck, your mouth, and ears. It spreads to your shoulders and lungs. It covers every part of you that helps you listen, breathe, and speak. Send this vibrant blue light into every organ that helps you receive information and transform it into insight and expression. Imagine this blue light clearing out any blocks and feeling worthy in sharing your unique self-expression. It erases emotional excesses like inability to listen to others and excess speaking. Any lack like fear of speaking as well. It balances all the senses between the heart and the mind. See it feeding your expression center, your truth, your ability to communicate with others, your confidence and independence. You feel this energy as expansion, worthiness, trust, and freedom. You can fly. You can fly in this open sky within you whenever you need. Keep feeling this deep sense of trust and freedom. Keep your eyes closed as you bring your hands to the mudra. The left hand in front of the heart, palm facing in, thumb facing upward, and then cross the back of the right hand behind the left palm until the thumbs meet. Interlace the thumbs and fan the rest of your fingers outward. And bring the mudra up to the throat center. Relax your shoulders and align your spine. And silently say these words to yourself. I embrace the freedom and openness of my pure expression. I speak. I speak the truth of who I am with love, wisdom, and clarity. I am divine expression. I express energy as language and understand the spoken word as an architect of reality. It is safe for me to express myself fully. My spiritual attitude is one of gratitude, and I'm worthy to receive the blessings of life. Take a deep breath in, and with an exhale, open your eyes, ready to engage fully. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Suparna. That was very much the grounding and opening that I feel like I needed. I had so much excitement inside of me, buzzing with energy at this re-emergence moment. And it's such a gift to get to ground in together and also to intentionally awaken. For those of you who might not know Suparna, I want to share with you that Suparna is a revolutionary in the design science studio. whose focus is moving forward to embody and embed genuine ways of relating relationally into the design of everyday spaces like this one, products and technology. Uh, she's worked across global organizations and is a business generalist and an incredible artist as well. Thank you, Suparna. Thank you. Oh, I'm so excited to invite our first artist who is going to present a project that they have been developing here in the Design Science Studio, which is nested in the little space between Natura and the Arts District in the city of Regenera. Gio. Gio is a Mexican artist and activist who specializes in large-scale productions that drive awareness to catalyze environmental action. She's known for her innovative community empowerment initiatives, which have led to the adoption of cutting-edge sustainability practices in Vietnam, Morocco, Sri Lanka, and Mexico. Also known as Geomantis, she is an incredible artist of the Design Science Studio who came to us through another artist of the Design Science Studio. And it is an honor to get to welcome you to share about Somos Ajolote. The floor is yours, Mila.
Thank you so much, Roxy. Thank you, Suprana, for this beautiful meditation. I feel so ready to share all of this with you all. And I am going to share my screen. Can you all see my presentation? Amazing. So I want to introduce to some of you that already know Somos Axolotl, but those ones that don't know Somos Axolotl, I want to invite you to this introduction of beautiful project that has been going on for a year now. We've started last year, and we've created through art so far things that we didn't imagine we could. I want to start by telling you who we are, and then slowly I'll walk you through everything that we've achieved with the community and the things that we want to create in this area. Second, just turned off that messaging. So we're a group of artists that through art, we've been able to create this system, complete new method that is based on technology, that is based on art, that is based on different methods for creating sustainable solutions for this one area in Mexico. Matt Martinez is our director. He is a digital artist that through his art, he's actually been able to solo fund the initial stage of this project, which is a beautiful example of how through art we are actually able to create some real changes, and especially on the area of funding projects like this. Myself, Gio Mantis as my pseudonym or artist name, Giovanna Gonzalez as my full name. I already got introduced. Then Santuario Ajolote, which is our sister organization, which is working on the field in Xochimilco, in this beautiful area of Lake Xochimilco in Mexico City, straight with the ajolotes, this salamander from the salamander family, and in Xochimilco lakes, which are quite vast. They're getting their hands dirty on the field, and they're doing amazing things in companion with other organizations. And our new member, which is the Solana Foundation. The Solana Foundation is crypto-based Web3 foundation and nonprofit, which is now helping us to create all these projects and all the tech layer that inquires Somos Axolotl. I am so sorry. I'm going to have to run for a second because my computer's about to turn off. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 minute. All right. Some technical difficulties, but we're back. Okay. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit introduction of our mascot, which is the axolotl. This is a sweet, beautiful salamander endemic from the region, specifically from this lake. This is a lacustic area that is created by rivers and lakes in the Valley of Mexico. And this animal has evolved only in this area to a creature that doesn't transform into a salamander. They stay as a larvae and they stay in the water. And the most amazing thing about this animal is that it has the capability of regeneration like no other animal. It's been studied all over the world thanks to its regeneration abilities. It can regrow limbs, spinal cord, their head, its heart. Even if it doesn't have a head, it can regenerate the head and the brain through the power of the heart. So it's actually a very, very important animal in the science area and also culturally for us because it is the symbol of the Xolotl god for the Aztec and for the Nahuatl, which is the animal, the monster of the sea, the monster of the water, that it's the symbol of transformation. And it has a lot of importance culturally, scientifically, and environmentally. So this beautiful, and for me, it's beautiful, for some might not be so charming, but it's a very important animal for us to maintain, to protect. Unfortunately, it's in huge danger. If I am complete honest with you, the last checkup that we did in the lake, we have found 0 on the wild. None. We have not seen any single ajolote, any single axolotl in the river shore, in the rivers of any of the canals in Xochimilco so far. It's very hard to create a census, but so far we haven't found any. This is the latest report we can find on an actual digital-based form, but when we're on the source in the place, we haven't seen any. So we're in critical conditions, and we're talking about not protecting an animal, but actually reintroducing the animal to its natural environment, because at this moment, they only live in tanks all around the world. So Xochimilco. Xochimilco, it's a system of lakes and rivers. It's a lacustic area of the Valley of Mexico. Mexico City used to be an enormous lake where the ancient civilizations of the Mexicas came in and the Aztecs, and together they created the Aztec Empire. And it was a floating island, a floating city on a lake. So basically, Xochimilco, it is the only remaining area in Mexico that actually resembles and that actually is still this ancient civilization of this floating farms and connecting canals. So we're talking about the only area that it's remaining from the ancient civilization of the Tenochtitlan. And also Xochimilco, it's a system that it works as a regulator for temperature, as it is water. The vast nature of Xochimilco actually regulates up to 2 Celsius to 35.6 Fahrenheit in Mexico City. So without the lake, the entire city's temperature would rise to 2 degrees Celsius or 35.6 Fahrenheit. It's also the home for thousands of birds that come from Canada and the States and immigrate through the winter, and a lot of endemic species of different type of corn, chili, and other type of legumes and fruits and vegetables. So lake has a lot of importance. It's also a UNESCO heritage, and is also one of the main destinations in Mexico City to go and visit. Maybe you have already had the opportunity. I know, Rox, that you've been there, and it is very fun. You know, you get to a boat, you go up on a trajinera boat, and you enjoy of this beautiful nature canal area. But tourism doesn't really understand or has the opportunity yet to see what Xochimilco really is and it represents, and the importance of the axolotl. So this is where we step in. I want to share first a view area of Xochimilco, so you have a complete understanding of what Xochimilco is. And so this beautiful canal, it's visited by approximately close to 2 million people, and in Mexico, of different nationalities, local tourism, to go and explore their canals, to get on the trajineras, on these boats, and just enjoy the day. And right now, there's
Hey, Gia, sorry to interrupt. We can't see the visual. We can just see your folders. I don't know if that was your intention.
Thank you for telling me.
Of course.
I should share. Can you see it now?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Xochimilco then represents, it's highly important. Like, we're talking about 1.8, 1.9 million people coming into this area as tourists to see it. There's the Embarcadero, which is the pier, the main organization of the local people that actually work there, that live there, that farm. By law, to have a piece of land, which is a man-made island, you have to have some sort of crop going on there, growing, and this is not respected. It's a huge problematic right now, because there's invasions of people starting to construct there. And one of the biggest problems that we're facing in this area is the carp and the tilapia and the pollution of the water. Those two problems are the ones that are creating the extinction of the ajolote. So right now, knowing the problematic, this is where we step in. So Somos Axolotl has created an innovative way of bringing attention into the problem. We've, through art, created a corridor, an artistic corridor, where we've placed sculptures in the shape of an axolotl all around the area, and highlighting the location of organizations that are already working and are already making huge efforts into protecting the axolotl, or regenerating the area. So we've created a new system of artists coming in and being able to participate on artistic activations and public spaces, so they can do murals. And it's not is not just an artist exposition. We wanted to go beyond this. So what we've created in this case is a system where we can actually create a donation funnel system through a tech layer. We've incorporated animation as we speak, has actually been created as we speak. There's an animation layer that people can actually interact with the sculptures and not just interact, but actually create a system where they can inform themselves, understand what's happening, go visit the actual spaces and donate with one click, donate to these spaces to actually keep on helping them to work on their endeavors and their projects. So for example, we're working with biofilters to create an area for the reintroduction of the axolotl. There's ajolotarios, which is the axolotl sanctuaries that are taking care specifically on the DNA of the axolotls. So they're protecting the species that is actually gonna be able to be reintroduced to the lake. This axolotl that's pink with pink eyes, it has a melanoma and it's been reproduced within its own family. And this is an animal that it has no pigment, therefore it's an easy prey. So if we reintroduce the beautiful pink axolotl that everybody has as a pet in their house, that's not going to work, and they're going to probably just last for a week, right? So what we're trying to do is help these organizations that are taking care of restoring and reproducing the axolotl properly, correctly. And I'm not a scientist or a biologist by all means, so I can't really deeply explain you this, but it's basically not, mixing family members. So these organizations are really creating kind of the break, and what we're trying to do is us being the funnel that brings them all together, that helps them economically, and also the most important, I would say, problematic and the hardest point of this project has been being able to work with the community where they all are in agreement with each other. And us, even me, myself as a Mexican, I'm an outsider from the community. So it's been a process, and it's been a beautiful and challenging process to be able to get the community's trust, and for them to understand maybe the visions that we have, but also us understanding their visions and us understanding what are their achievements and how they want to live. So it's not, a group of artists implementing some sort of idea into a community, but it's actually the community itself taking this program, taking this initiative and making them their own. And that's the most important value for us, that we're able to create something through art, through technology, and for the community to be able to use it the best way that is for them. So as a side project, we're working with the COP16. We're now working with the Solana Foundation, and we're expanding this view into possibly other projects. And in the future, if this is a system that works, and the tech layer and the donation funnel and the art works, it could be implemented in other touristic areas where we can keep on helping the regeneration of other tourist and natural areas, maybe even another UNESCO heritage site. Our main objectives right now. As we speak, we are creating agreements with the Embarcadero to create an Embarcadero Verde, which is a green, sustainable, artistic, sustainable pier, where the community of the Embarcadero, of the pier, has already agreed to take off the motor gas motorized boats of eventually in a year. We've achieved to put them into the ISO 1401 to get certified as a sustainable company. And we're putting more pressure and helping them to put pressure into the government for all the water treatment plants that are either broken or are not functioning, or they're non-existent. And that is one of the main issues that Xochimilco needs. And trying to help as much as possible on a financial area, as much as we also are able to gather funds. So yeah, this is us with the community. So just to finish up, to wrap up, I want to invite you all to be in tune with this project. Main thing that we would love is that our community support us, that our community is in tuned with every single achievement and goal that we have. That if you are in Mexico City, that you participate on this corridor, you take your boat and go and see all the efforts that these beautiful, amazing organizations are doing. That if this is a topic that interests you, go share it with the people. And even if you want to donate and you want to be more further in the participation in this project, let us know also. We have a volunteer program where you can go and actually create biofilters with the community. You can help with the artistic area of the project. There's so many areas, so get involved. I would encourage you all to participate on this. And yeah, I'm very happy to share a bit more in depth of this project, as the DSS have been a beautiful group that has filled us with inspiration and has been in the back just pushing us forward. And yeah, thank you so much, Roxy, for the space. Thank you, DSS, for being entwined in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gio. What stood out for me was just really having this care and tenderness and cultivating deep understanding for the people and environments we serve. The salamander example that you gave, that if we just reintroduce the salamander that's in the tanks into the environment, it's just not going to be able to live. And how appropriate that is for all of us to have this level of care and duty towards the spaces we serve. So thank you for that, and thank you for modeling that. I think we're good on time. So if maybe we can take a couple of questions if people would like to ask.
Absolutely, that would be amazing. If anybody wants to add something or ask.
Stephen.
I just want to say what an awesome example of how art can change the world. And I'm so inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. We're doing what we can, and I'm sure this project is gonna keep evolving and shaping in different ways, as it has been in every single month, every step of the way.
Thank you. I see Stacy's hand up.
I'm going to stay off camera, but I have a quick question for Gio. You mentioned some of this already, but just to highlight it for others and for me as well, if we have local people in Mexico City, what's the kind of highlight or top level thing that you would have us share with them about this project to get involved?
Mm. There's so much to areas that can be helped. But for example, the first and easiest, I would say, to go and visit, to go to Xochimilco and not do the regular tourist attraction trip, but rather go and visit these organizations, go and see the sculptures, get involved in what is the projects that are actually creating a change into the area, no? And of course, if there is any organizations, for example, we're looking for organizations that want to either help or donate solar panels and filters that would help integrate it into the structures that are already constructed there for the ajolotarios and the NGOs. You know, it's beautiful what community can do, and people know people that know people. So if we tell the world what we're doing and the needs, I think the world provides.
Thank you so much, Gio. That was helpful to just like draw out those top level ideas. Appreciate your work so much.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Chris is up next.
Hi, Chris.
Chris, yeah.
Hey, Gio. Hi. Apologies getting this stuff unmuted. How awesome. You're living like in your practice and in your like dream as well. So that's really inspiring for me as an artist to see. My question for you, you mentioned that in just like anything from the passion you have for your people. Um, as an Indigenous Haitian, I do sometimes like I care more about impact than like my how I'm perceived, but I do care to not cause harm. And I'm openly queer, and I'm a couple of things that quote unquote make me an outsider, although I don't feel like it. How do you negotiate with your surroundings, knowing that it's because you have a different perspective that you're able to administer care to different, communities and bridging the gap, but also knowing that perception sometimes fuels how people engage with you. And seeing all of that, how do you proceed with care for those you're trying to help and the communities you're trying to serve?
Hmm. Oh yeah, Chris, thank you so much for talking about this, because it's definitely I think the main thing that we've been trying to be very careful with. First off, to kind of give a general background, I'm from Mexico, from state of Mexico, from the region where Xochimilco is. However, I'm not from specifically Xochimilco, and Xochimilco has been an area that is being exploited since ancient civilization of the Aztecs. So they've been used for exploitation of their lands. They've been constantly used. So we're talking about an area of people that have lived for generations, that have been already, exploited in a lot of ways. So the first time that we came into the community and explained what we wanted to do, we weren't an outsiders. They knew what we've been working on, and we've been working with organizations that have been really helping forestation and cleaning of the water. But still, for them, was so strange that we were doing this to help. And I feel that was the first wall that was broken and kind of opened up the possibilities of trust making and any type of work that we could do with them. Um, just the fact that we really wanted to help and we really wanted to create something together. So it was very carefully talked, and I can tell you as a personal level, being a woman, um, young, for them, I'm talking with 70-year-old males. It's always a challenge, and it's always a process for them to see you seriously, even, or that you're creating something that is tangible and exists. And then obviously the process of creating something with your team that is half American, half Mexican. So it's yeah, with I think with a lot of respect, with a lot of space, with a lot of time, and we're still in the process. Still definitely in the process. Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much.
much, Chris. And thank you, Gio. Really appreciate all this insight, wisdom, and just beautiful art and so impactful. So with that, thank you. And we will move on to Lucian. So can we pin Lucian? And I will do a brief introduction. So Lucian Tarnowski is the founding creator of United Planet and curator of Upgame, a time-traveling immersive experience designed to enable teams to create stories, strategies, and solutions from a thriving future. Lucian is a systems change designer, a storyteller, systems strategist, and a convener of leaders of transformation. Really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and hello everyone. So great to be here in the Regen era, and yeah. So I wanted to share a little bit about what we're doing and our approach to writing a new story. And I really believe that the stories we tell are the front line. They are the edge of the future that we create. And, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Now, how do we build that new model? And what does that new model look like? I think begins with the stories we tell. And I think this is such a perfect example of that. It's Regenera is a story. It's a collective vision that we can all contribute to. And that's really what is the premise of United Planet and the Up Games. And so we got started, we launched on Earth Day 2020. And what we did was really inspired by Bucky's vision of the world game, where Bucky said there would come a decade, which he called the design science decade, where we would gamify every aspect of our world in order to work for 100% of all life in the shortest possible time with the least ecological impact. And so I was very inspired by that vision of the world game, which Bucky started to talk about in 1961. And actually, the same year, it was when JFK gave the famous speech to Congress, where he said, by the end of the decade, we're going to put a man on the moon and bring him safely back to Earth. And following that speech, which I was so inspired by when I heard this, James Webb, legend has it, threw the party to celebrate landing on the moon in 1961. Now, James Webb ran the Apollo programs. He was the person who was, now the Webb telescope is named after him. And when I heard this story, it was actually Barbara Marx Hubbard that told me this story. And she said, this moonshot party that happened in 1961. And I was like, wait, wow. The biggest thing missing in 1961 of how we get to the moon was belief that we could do it. The technologies hadn't been invented yet. We didn't even begin to know how we would do it. And so what was the biggest thing holding us back was collective belief that it could happen. And I reflected on this moment, and I was like, well, it's actually kind of similar now that the majority of people that work in the SDGs don't even believe that they're possible to achieve. The majority of people in the world, according to the Edelman Trust Barometer, 89% of the world's population believe that the current system is broken or not working, not fit for purpose. But what I think is even more scary is almost 2/3 of us believe that the future is going to be even worse than the present. So we're kind of at peak dystopia. We've never had a more dystopic relationship to the future than the present moment. And what that's leading to is a collective apathy, a collective kind of doubting that this current system that we have can change. And that's really where I felt that we needed new and novel ways to challenge that. And so I asked myself the question, well, how would we bring into effect Bucky's vision of the world game? And what would it be called, and what would the format be, and what would it look like for us to gamify every aspect of our world? And so I set about on that mission back in 2020 and following Earth Day, really with the kickoff of COVID. And we've been on a long journey that where we're now at is I'm on my way now to Portugal for the 20th Up Game, and which stands for United Planet Games. Because I really asked the question, okay, what would be a good name for the world game? And I felt, a united planet really is the collective mission. It's a thriving planetary civilization in harmony with all life. And I was like, well, how would we go about creating a united planet? Well, it then struck me that it's simpler for us to step into the future we can envision and imagine than it is to start from the present moment with the poly crisis and the meta crisis, and try and think, how do we untie this Gregorian knot? How do we unbind ourselves from the current, colonialist, extractive, greed-based system that we have in effect? And what I realized is, well, when it comes to systems change, it's actually easier for us to step into our imagination, step into the horizon point of our collective vision, and reverse engineer from that place than it is starting from the present moment and incrementally working towards that future. And I realized that from countless experiences of systems change conversations. For 10 years, I was designing multi-stakeholder communities all around bringing people together around a shared learning objectives, a shared mission in the world. And so what I saw was that we need to change the way that we apply ourselves for large-scale collective innovation. And at the same time, we need to we need to flip the script. We need to change the narrative. We need to collectively create a new story that could be the horizon point for us to have a new, if you like, true north, a collective vision for how we can enter that future. And is that someone might want to mute that? So what we created was the Up Games, and what it is it's a 6-day immersive journey where we step into a relationship with our future self. Our future self that has achieved everything we can imagine, achieved our life mission, our ikigai, if you like, our vision of transformation for the world. And what we do is we turn visioning and systems change into a collective sport. We invite the athletes of transformation to come together to step into that place where our visions have been achieved. And from that place, we build on each other's stories. And what we're doing is we're filming these Up Games, and we've now about to start filming our 20th episode. And so it's now becoming the world's largest, if you like, collective vision of a thriving future being told from that place, almost like the opposite of the dystopic mainstream narrative that you see on so much of Netflix and so much mainstream content. And what we invite is leading game changers to come together and present their vision of transformation from the place where they've already been successful. And in doing so, our hypothesis is we can introduce a new form of financing, that is, if you like, a future-backed financing model. That instead of financing companies and foundations and individual initiatives, What we're interested in is putting financing behind the outcomes, the planetary milestones necessary for our success. And then from those outcome-based financial incentives, we can actually reverse engineer the financial incentives necessary to achieve them and do ecosystemic financing. And so that's what we're moving towards. Think of it almost a bit like a baby between social impact bonds and smart contracts and the X Prize. So what if the X Prize, instead of an individual company winning it, it was actually the planet that was winning it, and everybody that contributed towards that achievement was able to share in that in that success. So that's what we're driving towards. But these are 6-day amazing journeys. Roxy's been on one. I know a number of people here have, where we invite up to 48 game changers to join one of 4 teams. And what we did is we formed teams around the elements. So we start with Time Day, where we all step outside of this moment in time and we step into our vision. And then we have the water team, the fire team, the air team, and the earth team. And each team has got a mission, if you like, a vision of the future. And from that experience, they create a unifying narrative of a new planetary civilization that is in harmony with all life. And from there, we can reverse engineer. So that's a little taster into it. I would love to invite, if you're here, you're definitely on the team. And I would just like to hat tip everyone at Regenera. And it's just such a delight to be here among you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lucian, for this amazing presentation. I have so many questions, and I wish we had a little bit more time for this, but I'm sure we'll have more opportunity to go in depth with everything that you just shared with us. And on this note, and following up this beautiful project, I want to introduce Kevin Rosewell. Kevin Rosewell Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Kevin Rosewell will share with us about United Refugees, a US-based nonprofit supporting at-risk communities on the front lines of the world's most complex disasters. Kevin Rosewell has over 17 years of experience in construction technologies, disaster recovery, and humanitarian logistics to enhance resilience and improve lives using both in the nonprofit and private actors. Wow, what an introduction. Kevin, thank you so much for being here. I'm looking forward to your presentation. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm a consummate last minute worker, so I'm adding just one more image. One more image. Hi everyone, thanks for having me here today. I guess I'll just cut it out there. So yeah, my name is Kevin Rowell, and I am one of the many co-founders. There are about a half a dozen of us who are officially co-founders, and maybe, I don't know, 50 or more of us who have been chanting the chant of how do we build this a cooperative humanitarian organization. And so if we want to, Eve, if you can cue the slides, I can't see if they're up already. Thank you so much. So we did throw a little bit of a last minute slideshow together. United Refuge was founded a few years ago by a bunch of people over a decade-long process of clarifying what does it mean to help communities on the front lines of disaster. We kept seeing the same thing over and over again, whether it was fires in Southern Oregon or earthquakes in Haiti. The first people who get to the scene of the incident are your neighbors. And then after that, the neighbors from the next village over, the next city over. And then eventually you get the NGOs and all these other responders. And it sort of creates this chaos of energy around a disaster. And so we have been practicing together as a team How do we create a glass of cool water in a hot situation? And this is what our working theory is with United Refuge. And so I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what the high level stuff is, and then give you some really acute examples from our very, very, very current project, which is unraveling to support our or unveiling, I should say, to support the unraveling in Gaza. So that first slide there kind of says it all. Today, we're 1 in 68 people displaced globally, and we spend about $1 trillion on this disaster relief and recovery process. And by 2050, we could rise to up to 1 in 7. So look around the room and all the friends on this call and imagine what it looks like when you count to 7, then you do it again, and you do it again. And every time you do, one of those people is displaced. Next slide. It costs about twice the amount to respond to disaster as it does to prepare for it. This is, I mean, it's an amazing statistic, and it's often cited as being even more than that. Next slide. Global spending. This is a huge thing. So this is a combination of monies too. This is the money that we spend on domestic disaster relief. This is the money we spend on migration, whether they're migration camps in the United States or on foreign soil. These are all kind of spent in here. Next slide. So we see this, and we see the response mechanisms that are set up to deal with this, from the commerce side to the technical side to all these different industries, 8 industrial complex, as we call it, UN agencies to the NGOs to the government contractors who provide the support. Next slide, please. And we see this as a giant ecosystem, and some of these ecosystems have interchangeable parts. So for example, you can have a UN agency that operates really well with the private sector, or you could have a private sector actor that serves a nonprofit organization. And essentially all of these things have what we would call like sticking points in their gears, meaning that they, as part of this 8 industrial complex, they have like universal interoperability. So if they deploy to Mexico or to, for hurricane relief, or if they deploy to Ukraine for working on reconstruction, they know how to work together. The thing that doesn't happen, though, is the interoperability at the community level. Next slide. So this is where we came to the conclusion that in every single instance where we deploy, we are going to first ground ourselves. We're not necessarily, we're not like our dear friends at World Central Kitchen who are going to jump in there on day 2 and start distributing food. A lot of our work is in the days and weeks that follow a disaster. And so we just own that. Our first activity is a light touch think tank approach. We start with desk research. Even it could be 12 hours of desk research, or 14, or it could be 2 weeks. And we start to figure out what's going on. We cultivate feeds from the news, from social media, and we start to figure out what organizations are at play. And we start to reach out to those organizations. We start to ping them through email, through WhatsApp, through whatever. We see who the leaders are, and we build it actually. We build the whole thing in Miro. We build it in Airtable. We really organize our information and start to look at it as a team. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of that and get a little bit more about our think-do approach. But the end goal of this, next slide, is to connect with really amazing on-the-ground actors who are doing the good work, and then go become their employees. Basically, we're trying to take our whole organizational energy, find really, really, really cool community-based organizations and say, hey, we're here, we're your team, how can we help you? And so the example that you're looking at right now is Damour. Damour is a nonprofit organization that was founded in the Palestinian territories in 2010. The co-founder has fast become a friend, Tahani Abu Daga. Tahani has a long history. She actually founded one of the more prominent Gazan NGOs called Culture and Free Thought Association back in 1997 after the first Intifada. And she's been awarded many awards, many different kinds of grants in her work with Culture and Free Thought Association, as well as with Damore. She still sits on the board of Culture and Free Thought, and then she is the co-founder and director of Damore. The difference between the two, Culture and Free Thought organization was really about youth education, cultural engagement. Tahani was the former Palestinian Authority's first youth and culture minister. And then when Hamas was brought into Gaza in the 2000s, Tahani found it an unfavorable scenario for her continued work. And so she left. And then she also left politics at the same time, as a lot of ministers did. And they decided together to work on a different set of approaches. And a lot of those have to do with environment. And so in that context, they've been doing, Damore was part of the one of the larger solar panel system projects that's happened in Gaza. It was a collaboration between a number of different international, including Israeli actors. And this system was set to plug into the grid. It was a 3 megawatt system, and it was set to plug in the grid on October 10th. You can imagine that unfortunately, among other things, didn't happen. So as the events continued to unfold, and as we saw this tragedy unfolding, Tahani looked around. The Abu Daga family has, according to her, it's over 50,000 people worldwide. If your last name is Abu Daga, you're probably all related to this same lineage of Tahani and her clan. And so they looked around, they saw what was going on. They're a well-connected family. They don't have great means per se themselves, but as a group they do. And they said, we need to help the people who have less. And so they raised a bunch of money and they set up this very simple camp within the first few weeks. And now we're going to do a little tour of that. And if we can make sure the volume's off on the video while it goes, I'll do a little narration. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, so this is the basics of what it looks like. If you've never seen a displacement camp, this is kind of what you get in the first few weeks. Next slide. And then as people get more settled, inevitably the infrastructure begins to evolve. And this is really, I spent the last week in Cairo with the team from Damore. A handful of them have gotten out of Gaza, and we have been spending our time on what you see on the left there. What you see on the left is one of our other collaborators, Dr. Hussein Ajrami, is an incredibly talented engineer. He's worked on most of the civic infrastructure in Gaza, including the two main septic facilities. They have basically two huge septic facilities that processed up to 250,000 cubic meters of septic waste every day. So every time you flush your toilet, it goes into one of these kinds of septic systems. Well, the cool thing in Gaza is they also put a biogas digester, a massive industrial scale biogas digester on the other end of one of these septic facilities, and it produced 12,000 cubic meters of gas every day, which ran 3 generators for a total of about 3.5 megawatts of electricity. And then after the effluent passed through this septic system, this whole process, it was then sent through a desludging process and then turned into fertilizer for the fields, right? So I just want to contextualize this to say the Gazan civil society and mentality is the epitome of permaculture, right? This is like, just, if you don't know, now you know. There is a massive embedded cultural awareness of the preciousness of every resource. It's a community who's lived under embargo for decades, and so, or blockade for decades. And so what you see on the left there is a very simple adaptation of a design that Dr. Ajrami has used before for a biogas digester. And these are the systems that we're looking at with them. What we are looking at is how do we go from the camp that you see in the video, right, where people are sitting in tents, and if you can see what they're saying, they're like, they're expressing some of the frustrations that they have. Obviously, this video was made months ago, about 2 months ago, but like, the cost of building the infrastructure so that they actually had a toilet. These camps that Demore is sponsoring are some of the few that actually have toilets, like they have a kitchen, they can cook food. They've figured out as a community how to pool their resources and make it so that they can survive. But a lot of people don't have that. And so what we're trying to figure out with Demore is how do we continue to make new camps, bring the level of each of those camps up progressively, while at the same time building the resource network that will be required for people to do the next steps, which, having been in disaster response, we know what that is. They have to be able to return to their homes with dignity. They need to recover the bodies of their families and loved ones, any precious items they can, and then they need help to be able to clear the lands and to start again. And so over the next few weeks, we'll be refining our narratives. We have a massive technical paper that we've been writing with the team from Demore, accompanied with interviews from, I spent weeks in Israel interviewing Israeli military, really trying to understand what we're up against there in terms of the negotiation of different activities. We've talked to rabbis, we've talked to counterterrorism specialists, we've talked to politicians, we've talked to UN agencies, and of course, we went to the West Bank and we spent a lot of time with our Palestinian NGO counterparts there. It's really like you're trying to not just figure out, oh, I want to do something cool, this will be fun. You have to figure out what the landscape really is. An opportunity is something that's actually possible. And to position possibility, you need to understand the conditions that would be either a yes or a no, right? Favorable or unfavorable. And so this reporting will be coming out in the next 2-3 weeks. I would be honored. We'll be sharing it through different channels. If anybody does want to stay in touch on this, I'm just going to be bold and just say you can hit kevin@unitedrefuge.org up, and I will help you connect with that info as it comes out. You can see what our full analysis looks like. And then we'll be attempting to raise about $30 million for Demore and other local partners to be able to buy the small little bits of things that they need to get to the next step. So next slide. So this is who we are. This is our placeholder website. That's Kutupalong Refugee Camp in the background of that photo there. It's 1 million people in Bangladesh. I worked personally as the Shelter and Settlements technical advisor for IOM. It's a UN agency. And in that one, which we can talk about another time, we built the largest bamboo treatment facility in the world, rebuilt the supply chain around that bamboo, and have successfully created a long and durable housing solution for our friends there, and it's about to get better. But this is the kind of stuff we're looking at, and this is how we work. And I'm going to take the last, maybe there's time for one question. Last slide, please. That's us. No question? 20 seconds. Sneak one in there.
Do you know Kasha Leclerc in Bangladesh?
It's not ringing a bell.
I think Danielle's saying something. Could you hear it, Kevin?
I heard a name and I didn't recognize it.
Maybe we can pin Danielle.
This was so moving. Thank you so much. I have tears in my eyes. This was so moving. Thank you.
We're here to serve.
Like,
anyway,
to make biogas from human waste is such a simple concept. So
we have 1 million of them.
And human innovation.
Wait till you see the reporting. The reporting is really good. We've got 1 million of them. And I do want to say too, the biogas is that's like the tiniest little piece of what we've been working with here. And I want to say, if you have friends or communities who are facing these kinds of complicated scenarios, especially local groups, please, Kevin@unitedrefuge.org. if I get overloaded, I'll loop you in with some of our other colleagues, but this is why we're here. We know how to work these systems, and we know how to get results out of them, and we know how to make the big organizations listen to the local groups, and we're committed to it. So
Thank you so much, Kevin, for your deeply important and powerful work. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the chat, and there's a lot of appreciation and love for your work. The things that stood out were, you talked about universal interoperability at the community level, and that's the hard thing to do. And your approach of like think first and then do, it really reminded me of what Gio shared, in that don't just dive right in, right? Understand what the wisdom that's on the ground and actors on the ground. And I think that part made a lot of us emotional when you're sharing examples of all that wisdom that you're taking in with your work. So very much appreciate that. The other thing was, if we've heard of the thing, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's what came up for me. You're taking the time, so it's smooth, and then you just go at it. So really, really appreciate the thoughtfulness. Thank you. Keep going strong.
Bless you all. Thanks, Roxy and team.
Thank you, Kevin. I can't not come up here and share my gratitude. Oh, I love that I'm not unmuted. I said can't come up here and share my gratitude and acknowledgement for all that you all are doing and creating, and like the amount of dedication and devotion that it takes to really like respond to this moment and be willing to like use all of our ingenuity and creativity to support the reality of the displacement and like prepare for it,
and just that, I mean, sitting here looking at this circle of people, and then imagine, like I have a superhero set of colleagues like Mike Zuckerman and Isabella Garcia and Tyler Hansen and Julia Rosati, and like a whole, there's a whole team of us who have been meeting in this space together and working through disasters together, and really honing these tools so that we can get to this point that now we have this organization that we can invite other people to interact with. And so you're all invited, because as we figured out the other day, our abbreviation is UR. So United Refuge is for you, because you are United Refuge. So please see yourself in it. As we say, polish the mirror so you can see yourself and everyone around you. And then we can have a real and meaningful engagement of change. And my love to all of you. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you. Thank you. We got this. Appreciate you so much.
That gave me chills. Thank you. Yeah, that's the vision for all of us, right? Invite people into the work. So thank you.
I actually have my little postcard that I made from Mike's workshop of what happens when 1 billion people are displaced, and what is the news headline I wrote? Bioregional collectives worldwide collaborate for local sovereignty, aiding 1 billion displaced.
It's like he and I should work together or something.
I mean,
it's like we should co-found an organization and work with a bunch of other people who all feel the same way.
It's happening. Yeah.
Love you guys.
Love you. This is the like true embodiment of that protopian future. It's not dystopian. It's not utopian. It's like we are responding to the moment in the most positive and like collaborative way in the reality of where we are.
Yeah.
So thank you for your ability to respond and for choosing to practice it. Love you.
Thank you, my loves.
And for those of you who don't know, Kevin's an advisor for the Design Science Studio and has helped me so much support continuing to steward this space. So love you, honor you.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Well, ooh, that was like a really powerful, like 3 different like approaches to how are we going to use our creativity to harness these changes that are needed to be made in the face of extinction, in the face of disconnection, in the face of displacement. And it's just like, this is it. This is why we're here, to witness the good news and to be a part of it and to participate in it. and to celebrate it. Yeah, it's beautiful. And I know that now we have this really exciting opportunity for a little bit of participatory weaving that Suparna and Shelvanaya are going to together facilitate for everyone. Thank you both for preparing this. It's an amazing group of people who have come together. I know that there's some folks out there on a stream, and there's a bunch of folks in here. So really looking forward to having a moment to feel each other.
Thank you, Roxy. Take it away, my friend, Shalvanaya.
Thank you. Right. So we have a question to pose to you all. And this question is about the story or the stories that we are living into, imagining, etc. Let do you want to? I'll put the link in the chat. If we're going to use AHA slides, which has been sort of our mainstay for our design science studio experience. There we go. Okay. And I'm also going to
maybe we can share the slide with everybody
I'm about to. Yeah,
as well.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that got that link in there. Okay. Whoops. Da-da-da. Thought I was ready. The story. Here it is. Okay. How are we doing? We seeing that?
Yes.
Yes. Supara, do you want to speak to the question? I will real quick.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, so what we're going to ask is basically that you open up to all of your senses in sort of thinking and feeling through this question. So as you think about the futures that we are bringing forth and imagining and talking about here in this space, we just had a number of different ways of thinking of that. What is your multisensorial experience of this story, right? And it's capitalized because it's larger than one story. It's many stories that all are collectively the story. Yes. Use all of your senses. What does the story sound like? What does it taste like? What are the aromas? What does it look like? And what other senses that we don't necessarily have names for, maybe we do, that you can call in to experience the story? I see people are already typing. I love that. I'm going to hide this so that we can see the answers. That's one I put in there when I was testing. Okay. I guess I can't. Body feels it. It was a story of all religions and only love for each other matters and nirvana for all. Beautiful. Corvus calls, ravens and crows. That's so beautiful. They're calling outside in my backyard right now. My heart feels nudged open. I'm seeing more, imagining more, feeling more than I came. Oh, I love that. So beautiful. I wonder if I can.
I love the ancient practice of inclusion. You know, that this is in us.
Mm-hmm.
And we're reweaving, picking up those threads again.
Exactly. As Struppy would say, the threads are there already, right? He was saying that last night when they were talking, and it's really, we feel it, but we have to sort of be in a mindset so that we can bring it forth and live in it fully, right? And I think that that's what we're part of what we're doing. The whispers of heaven on earth on the wind. Story sounds like poetic lyrics to modern renditions of timeless tunes.
I love what Steve said. Those who hear the music and those who are tapping their foot before they even notice what's playing. And isn't that the truth though? We tap our feet to things that aren't generative either, right? And so like we're just tapping and we're creating the space so that people tap their feet to the things that we want to happen.
Exactly.
Maybe we scroll down. I know we're out of time, but maybe we scroll down a little bit to see what other people are saying.
Story tastes like rainbow raindrops. Ooh, I felt that one. Half daily bread, half regenerative wine. What else we got here? There are cloves and spices. Feeling the story of connection that are already always present. Yes. Molecules of different bright colors moving in synchronicity. Oh.
Cold coffee and flowers.
Visceral colors of divine beckoning of our psyches. Smells like a scent caused from without, but only sensed from within. Whew. Feels like soil under the fingernails. Yes. Edging into discomfort. And embracing the parts of ourselves we pushed away in order to own our projections and embrace one another across difference. Yes, absolutely. Oh.
And I see in the chat, Stacy said, juicy life, which we all have access to, and an embodied knowing of your place in the web of relations. I think that does a really good job of summing it up. The juiciness of colors, textures, taste, flavors, basically using your whole body to sense into things, like the dirt under the nails, right? Like really getting in there and doing the work. And a very meta reflection is how today is coming together. We're all digging our hands into the dirt, creating it together, juggling all these things. Some things are 80% done, but we're going with it because this is a community of builders, creators, imagineers, and it's happening. We're doing it together. So thank you all for engaging and for adding your color. Gorgeous.
Thank you. I should probably stop the share.
2020 hindsight, giving you a sneak peek. Love that, Chris.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Oh, it's so nice to get to feel everyone and to see all of or at least the folks who contributed in the chat and in the slides, like to start to feel our collective story that we're weaving. So I'm really grateful that you all facilitated this participatory weaving, and it helped me also get into my body. I feel like because we're also like, whoa, all right, the city has reemerged. Okay, we got to bring everyone in. There's like this energy, this big kind of like bright, buzzy energy. And I'm like, oh, how am I feeling? What am I sensing? Like someone said, like I felt like the soil in my nails, you know. And it was really connecting to the broader like sense of being in this web and weaving this web together. So super grateful for both of you for facilitating and weaving everyone in and making visible the vision and intention and care that's in this space. All the citizens of Regenera who have come to play.
So nice. So nice to get from this to the talk with Timmy. Let's welcome Timmy Villers. Timmy Villers. Is that how you pronounce it, right?
Villers, yeah.
Villers. Timmy Villers will be discussing two fundamental geometric systems that led themselves to the optimization of wind turbines, solar collectors, and electric aircrafts. Wow, this is very interesting. Timmy is optimizing the design of both structural system and energy generation systems guided by pure geometric patterns. Timmy, the stage is all yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Let me get my presentation up real quick.
Such an appropriate presentation. Solar sailboats in the sky.
Yeah, it is incredibly serendipitous the way that our imaginations have led us to the same place. All right, you guys seeing the nice big screen? Perfect.
Yes, we do.
All right, I want to start by recognizing something I've come to understand about humanity that I didn't expect to find. Our ideas are alive. When someone finds an idea or the idea finds them, it turns into passion. Every person has a different set of capabilities to interpret and execute these living ideas, but you can always recognize the passion. Interpreting and manifesting an idea is tricky. Sometimes we miscalculate or misunderstand, but the ideas themselves are universal patterns of infinite potential, just waiting to be understood. So I'll explain how my idea found me. When I was 20 years old, and this is 9 years ago, my older brother and I packed a few bags, strapped them on our motorbikes, and headed west from our home in Louisiana with $600 and no plan but an adventurous life. A month or two into the journey, we settled for a while to work in a vineyard, still sleeping in our hammocks at a campground in Lukenbach, Texas. And after just a few weeks, my parents came to visit us. They were worried about our safety, obviously. My brother decided to head back with him. It was really more my plan. He was coming because he was worried about me, but at this point, my brother said, "I've had enough." But I couldn't be dissuaded from my pursuit. I just had this feeling that there was a purpose and an adventure out there waiting for me. So I told my parents bye, and then I was alone. I settled into my hammock life working at the vineyard. This is when I began to develop a desire to fly. Motorcycling from town to town was a fun life, but what if I could fly from town to town? Now that would be an adventure. At first, I thought something would be available that I could save up for, but as I searched the internet for my flying machine, nothing was quite right. The options mostly needed a big runway. Every option was constantly loud, and they all required too much energy for too short of a flight. In my research, I came upon the Atlas project by Aerovelo. They built this expansive ultralight helicopter. It's a little loud. But they built this thing, and for me, this was evidence that the propeller was limited. So that technology was basically the furthest that you could take the concept of a traditional propeller. And it showed me that if that's the best geometry for creating lift, then what I wanted couldn't exist. So I started to visualize something better. And that's what this picture is. It represents this sort of vague picture that started to appear in my mind of something that could spin and turn its torque into lift a little better than the traditional propeller. So my vision was this more voluminous sail-like geometric rotor, cleverly designed with the most optimal surfaces for converting its rotation to lift. I didn't see myself as having the capability to design such a perfected contraption, but the idea felt unusually powerful and exciting. So I made this funny prayer. I said, if some old wizard comes and tells me that he's dedicated his life to perfecting this most efficient propeller geometry the world had ever seen, then I would dedicate my life to solving everything else, what materials to use and how to stick them together and all that easy stuff. And I'd fly around and live the most exciting life I could ever imagine, filled with endless appreciation. It was just a prayer. It felt real, but I can't even explain how I put so much passion into something that I didn't even think was possible. And then in the days that followed, the most unexplainable part of my life occurred. An unexpected new friend named Damon, the only other person living in a tent at this campground, began to unravel a complex geometric relationship that he was fascinated with. He began teaching me what he called the cubical inverted dodecahedron. At first, I didn't notice any connection to my recent helicopter idea. It took a few days of pure geometric curiosity to receive my friend's information. I finally built the shape myself out of paper and tape. I showed it to Damon, and we were excited. And then I went home and laid in my hammock. My home was this little spot in the campground. Laid in my hammock. I looked at the shape, and then I remembered my prayer. I was surprised to find that this strange geometry did have some potential to move air, so similar to the potential I had perceived. It simply appeared to have spaces for air intake and exhaust at beneficial angles. So I began studying the physics of helicopters, building more models, and searching for other information that could help me determine if this was a good idea or proof that it was just a fantasy. Enrico Forlanini built the first rotor aircraft to take flight in 1877. Strikingly similar, but lacking the geometric stability. I learned for a traditional helicopter rotor that an increase in the volume of air affected by the rotor directly relates to an increase in efficiency. I also learned that a slower spinning system is associated with an increase in efficiency. At lower RPMs, less energy is lost to heat, vibration, and turbulent airflow. I was learning that a natural trade-off existed between air volume and rotational speed, and a system focused on maximizing air volume while minimizing rotational speed is a clear winner. I spent a few years building scale models of the inverted dodecahedron propeller and testing various surface orientations. After these specific tests here, I felt confident in its ability to convert torque into lift. This is my favorite one right here. I had to learn to attach these long poles onto the sides of them to hold the torque. Before I was doing that, it was a mess. It was dangerous. I felt confident that if I gave this idea patience and attention, this geometry would revolutionize humanity's relationship to the sky. As I began planning for full-scale tests, a few significant factors adjusted my initial helicopter concept. I realized that an aircraft should be balanced by two propellers spinning in opposite directions. These propellers needed to be supported at both ends, and also that wings, like an airplane, are a necessary component of any efficient aircraft. So I began a quest, searching for the most optimal shape to serve the purpose of scaffolding the two propellers along with supporting rigid wings. At first, I tried triangular prism-based wing frames because it was a common kite design. This was a long process. After throwing many models with various wing orientations off the roof and studying to apply purely structural systems, this is the first one that glided properly, but it needs a tail. Tail is the issue. I was searching for a shape that could do this job without needing to be so stretched out the way an airplane is, so it could be more robust. This is a visual of some of the structural systems that I was studying at the time to try to solve this problem. The one on the bottom left here did not work at all correctly, but was actually ended up being the correct geometric pattern. I just didn't have the surfaces on it correctly yet. This was the success. Modular units of stellated octahedra can be fitted with surfaces in a specific pattern that give them the ability to glide through the air straight and slow with no tail. This unique trait allows the wings to be integrated into a much more naturally stable structure when compared with a conventional airplane wing. This exciting ability of the stellated octahedron is magically matched by its already widely recognized affinity for structural material distribution. And this is a picture I took from a research paper I was reading about this specific geometry and some evidence that it really is the most efficient way to distribute material. All right, let's take a minute to cover some fundamental geometry so we can understand what's really happening here. Let's just take 4 deep breaths first, because geometry talk can get complex. Geometry is just a study of relationships in space. These 3D shapes show us the most balanced possibilities for physically distributing matter and vibration. The tetrahedron is the most balanced symmetry. It is the only polyhedron with equal distances between every pair of points, and the only polyhedron that's its own dual. 4 points as close as they can get. This is the most primordial possible geometric relationship. It can be appreciated better as 2 by 2. A lot of times we think of these tetrahedrons as a 3-base pyramid, but really the simplest way to understand is to like take your 2 fingers on either hand and put them as close as they can be together, like 2 spheres touching each other. And then rotate those 90 degrees and push them into each other. So you've got 2 and 2 touching each other in the most balanced way possible. This 2 by 2 orientation is really the best way to store the tetrahedron information in your brain. From the foundation of the tetrahedron, we can observe a simple, balanced doubling rotation. The cube and octahedron immediately emerge from this. This simple point arrangement, the compounded 2 tetrahedra, or the star tetrahedron, or the Merkaba, or Stella octangula, it's got so many names. It now has the ability to stack and fill space, with points packed as dense and uniform as points can possibly pack. This is called the isotropic vector matrix. Every point in this matrix has up to 12 lines extending outward to meet neighboring points. As the pattern expands, we find predictable distances and consistent intervals. Out of this infinite expanse, consecutive symmetrical complexifications radiate outward. After the cube and octahedron, we find the cube octahedron, then the rhombic dodecahedron, and infinitely more novel geometries continue to emerge at higher frequency. Now let's go back to the tetrahedron and take a different path. When we observe a dynamically balanced 5-fold rotation, we get an entirely different pattern. The dodecahedron and icosahedron immediately merge instead of the cube and octahedron. This complex point arrangement, the compound of 5 tetrahedra, now has the potential to expand into such elaborate spherical symmetry that diverse radial clusters emerge and blend with each other in a beautifully unpredictable yet completely coherent network. This is called the physotropic matrix. And that is a word that Strupipol came up with. And I love it. Physotropic. Because the phi ratio is at the core of all this, whereas an isotropic, iso means a singular ratio, so number 1. Every point in this matrix has up to 30 lines radiating outward to meet neighboring points. As this pattern expands, we find unpredictable distances extending in multiples of the phi ratio with increasing or decreasing intervals. Beyond the dodecahedron and icosahedron, we find the icosahedron, then the rhombic triacontahedron, and infinitely more novel geometries continue to emerge at higher frequencies. This is an image I drew in a model that I built to understand these patterns. These are a few models that other people built. The one in the middle here by Dan Sutton, he's going to be doing a talk this week too. And that is one of the most elaborate and beautiful and accurate representations of the physotropic matrix that I've ever seen. This cubical inverted dodecahedron that my friend Damon taught me is the most simplified representation of this matrix. Every 3D polyhedron with true spherical symmetry can be found in one of these 2 categories: matrices, patterns, energies. It's all encompassing. Every symmetrical 3D shape falls in one of these 2 categories. These 2 fundamental patterns represent the most primordial concepts. Concise names for them may be stable patterns and transformative patterns. Notice how these categories are not exclusive. Each pattern immediately splits into 2 potential forms that favor one or the other initial concept. I find this same fractal interpenetration existing in the physical world. In our universe, the primary structures are pure energy centers of creation, like stars. Out from these stars emerge clouds of chaotically distributed clusters of vibration called matter. In these matrices of matter, disharmony is the norm. Disharmony is the initial state of expelled matter, and it occupies the most space. But out of these expansive disharmonic clouds, harmony begins to grow. Harmony finds itself arising in 2 ideal types: the inorganic isotropic crystals vibrating in unison within the earth, consistently radiating pure energy, and then the organic physotropic living patterns like us, emerging from the thin liquid layer between earth and air, constantly transforming through life and death, all participating in the infinite process of harmonizing the disorder around us. So I realized that the problems on our planet, they're the same old disharmony lingering at the edges of our blooming flower. Let's not pin our problems on any force other than the primordial disharmony that we are here to transform. We must visualize the harmony growing inside ourselves, push it out in every direction with all of our passion, and harmonize this mess together for goodness, for fun, because it feels good to do and it feels good to see. Let's harmonize because it's what we are. So combining what I've learned from my tests, my research on traditional physics and engineering, and from pure geometric pattern, I feel confident in this. The stable isotropic matrix has the greatest affinity for optimizing uniform structural framing, including surfaces to harness linear airflow. And the transformative isotropic cubical inverted dodecahedron has the greatest affinity for the optimization of rotational airflow, including centrifugally capable framing, made to spin. My primary objective is to build an efficient electric aircraft that can rise straight up, slowly, like a helicopter, then turn to glide gently with minimal energy input. This aircraft will be powered by electric motors and possibly air motors, rotating large volume sailcloth propellers. Instead of traditional batteries, energy can be stored as compressed air inside aerodynamic octahedron-shaped sealed fabric tanks. These air tanks can be compressed directly by the sun through clear or black fabric, like a solar balloon, as well as by pumps powered from printed photovoltaics mounted on the fabric surfaces, along with high altitude wind current when the aircraft is exceeding the necessary speed to maintain altitude. A simple fabric overlap check valve can manage the airflow in and out of these tanks. These aircraft will be capable of connecting together to form larger flying communities. A surplus of energy can be collected at this scale. Increasing the scale of both wings and propellers correlates with an increase in efficiency. In these communities, water will be gathered from clouds and large fog collection nets. This fresh drinking water will also be used to feed vegetable vines like beans and yams grown by misting nutrient-infused water onto free roots of the plants. And these two pictures are examples of those exact plants already being grown that way. It's called aeroponics. And those exposed roots of these yams and peas are just being sprayed with nutrient-infused water. And that system works great for those plants. And there you can see the fog collection nets. If efficient flying communities are too hard to imagine, these two geometric systems are equally suited to revolutionize wind turbine design. Wind turbines using isotropic framing and inverted dodecahedron turbines will collect more energy, last longer, and be safer for birds due to the slower optimal rotational speed. Another exciting green energy solution that can be optimized by these two systems is the solar updraft tower. A solar updraft tower is a long-term solution for solar energy collection using an expansive greenhouse structure with a tall tower in the center, creating a convection current that is collected by a rotating turbine in the base of the tower. The first physical example of a solar updraft tower was constructed in 1982 in Spain. Currently, the upfront cost of a solar tower is its limiting factor, but the structure operates with less maintenance for much longer than a field of photovoltaics. Solar panels have a 20-year lifespan. Achieving a longer lifespan is a key ingredient to building up sufficient renewable infrastructure. This tower frame design also naturally allows the surfaces inside the tower under the turbine that will create an air vortex flowing into the turbine for increased efficiency. That's what this picture is. If you see these purple surfaces, I didn't include the other surfaces because I wanted those to be visible. Those purple surfaces are in the perfect location to actually vortex the air into the turbine as it flows up, which will increase the efficiency significantly. And nothing like that has been done in an updraft tower yet. I've seen people's proposals for ways to vortex air, and they're all sort of overcomplicated and expensive and like involving the whole bottom of the structure. And so I really found that exciting that such a efficiency increasing innovation was just naturally waiting right there underneath where the turbine would go. So let's talk about our current status in regards to actually constructing these geometric systems. Space frame and octet truss are the common names used today for structural isotropic matrix lattices. They're mostly applied to single-layer, large-span roofing structures like sports stadiums, airports, and bus stations. The efficiency of these structures is well documented, but the current assembly system requires welding cones to the ends of each tube, as well as expensive CNC machined hubs, and still these threaded and bolted hub connections are the weak link of the system. These drawbacks have limited the widespread applicability of this system. I've spent the last 3 years with my daily focus set on finding the most durable, efficient, and affordable method of building full-scale frameworks with the isotropic matrix. I was unable to find any system available for building IVM lattices that fit my intuitive criteria for simplicity and efficiency. My search transitioned into a process of designing one from the ground up. At first, I was studying materials like carbon fiber and fiberglass because they had the best strength to weight ratio of all commercially available structural materials, but after a few iterations, some serious weaknesses surfaced. Composite materials like these are weakened by sunlight. UV degradation eventually leads to serious delamination, and these expensive materials are not directly recyclable. I also worked through a simple design using bamboo and an isotropic matrix lattice. This was really successful. I think these bamboo space frames have many affordable and exciting applications, but they do suffer from a much shorter lifespan. This is a layout here of how that would work. You build these tetrahedrons at the top left, connect them to each other, that's 2 tetrahedrons, and then connect those to each other, that's 4, and then 8. And then those 8 tetrahedron units can be connected to each other like bricks to fill space. This is an extremely efficient way to distribute material using bamboo, and I'm excited to see this system applied to things on the ground like wind turbines, updraft towers, housing, mixed with fabric surfaces or layers of bamboo for surfacing. As far as things in the air, when I began to consider aluminum, many dots connected. Its strength to weight ratio is exceptional. Aluminum does not rust. It's infinitely recyclable. This is important here. Plastics can be recycled, but only once or twice until they're spent. Aluminum only has to be extracted once. Then the material can stay useful to humanity indefinitely. The major drawback I found with aluminum is the bauxite residue that is left over after aluminum extraction. This residue is traditionally stored in lined ponds with a high bank around them to keep the waste product contained. This type of storage is unacceptable. Many refineries are beginning to switch to an improved containment process called dry stacking in order to better neutralize the waste. Research groups working on this issue have found that dried bauxite residue can function as an additive to strengthen cement, and that it's an excellent thermal energy storage material. This is promising for use inside of the solar updraft tower. Heat generated during the day can be stored and slowly released through the night, sustaining the convection current. Participating in the development on safe storage and integration of bauxite residue is a huge priority of mine. A portion of the price of every aluminum structure that comes from this business will be dedicated to this development. The perfect solution for constructing these aluminum isotropic matrix frames is welding these diamond-shaped extrusions on the left. The diamond shape is the most simplified tube geometry that emerges from the isotropic matrix. Once assembled, they are perfectly aerodynamically aligned with the direction of airflow. The extrusions require a simple miter cut to fit together seamlessly, and there are exactly enough cutoff pieces to fit directly on top of the weld to reinforce the joint. Unfortunately, there's a few drawbacks to our current welding technology. Aluminum welds are always weaker than the base metal. Welding cannot be performed in windy conditions. People looking at it can have their eyes damaged. Welding equipment is difficult to climb with, and the skilled labor is expensive. All these problems could be solved soon with the advancement of cold welding techniques like ultrasonic welding or friction stir welding, or possibly a new type of resonance welding that could physically vibrate the material at a specific frequency so that the two pieces bond when pressed together. I include this information here specifically in case someone listening to this or that listens to this in the future is working with that type of technology or knows how to pursue that in the future. Even without these challenging technological advancements, this ideal solution could be accomplished using TIG or laser welding, along with a set of portable shields designed to protect the joint from wind and onlookers, and very long leads so the bulk of equipment can stay on the ground. but there's still the issue of a weakened weld zone and slow, expensive labor in the case of TIG. I imagine mobile welding robots capable of building these lattices quickly and affordable in the near future, but I do not have a straightforward path to meet that goal today. Another solution is a system designed for aluminum structural rivets and brackets. The cutoff bracket situation does not work here, and in fact, the diamond shape itself seems quite unwilling to lend itself to bracketability. I zoomed out one layer of the isotropic matrix tube pattern and noticed the potential for a root 2 rectangle tube still aligned with the underlying matrix. This tube shape gives itself much more easily to bracketing because all the faces are angled so that the installation tools can fit in the necessary locations. The rectangle tubes are also more easily climbable. They're a little less aerodynamic, and the price of brackets and rivets is a little higher than welding filler metal. Welding the diamond tubes is definitely a transition worth making in the future, but I believe this design is our best option for building full scale today. Our first step.
Just a heads up that your time has passed, so just
Okay.
up in the next
All right,
minute.
I'm just going to run through the rest of the slides and tell you guys about them real quick.
Yes.
This is the simplest way that I'm going to use this system first, and it's fabric surfaces, like double layered insulated fabric surfaces, nets underneath. This is a super awesome and affordable housing option. Comfortable, and I think it can all be done with living amenities for around $10,000. I'm excited to see that soon. This is where we're at with the propeller. So I'm probably going to use steel instead of aluminum for the propeller because it can flex and it can handle welding a little better, and the whole thing can be built all at once in a shop. This is an explanation of crystal structures and explaining that all crystal structures, whether it's in mineral crystals or metals, are an approximation of the isotropic matrix, or in the case of gold, silver, copper, and aluminum, a perfect isotropic matrix. And that's one of the things that's also exciting about using aluminum is that when this thing is finished being constructed, it will be the most coherent crystal fractal that's ever existed. From the molecular structure, you will see the same pattern emerging again and again into the bends of the metal and into the larger structures that the metal structure grows into. This is just information to help make sure that that fractal is as clean and accurate as possible. This is an explanation of quasi-crystals. Quasi-crystals are actually a molecular geometry that holds that second pattern, the isotropic matrix. There are also some innovative potentials there. So if anybody knows about quasi-crystal research or knows where I can get in touch with other people that do, I would love those contacts. This is an awesome AI generated image that looks a lot like the final plan for a flying community city. And this is important. I know that there's a lot of information here and that this could be hard to believe in and wrap your mind around. But if you see the big picture, the Earth is always shaken up by an asteroid eventually. If you look into potentially hazardous near-Earth objects, there's a lot of them, and they're discovering more every year. And it might not happen in our lifetime, but when you look at 7 generations, it becomes a lot more likely. If you look at 70 generations, it's almost guaranteed that at some point we're going to be shaken up by a supervolcano or an asteroid. And it's not the initial impact that destroys the planet. It's the sky getting covered with ash and dust and soot. And if that lasts a few years, everything on the planet can kind of be brought back down to basic life forms. This is the way for us to survive that. If we build these structures and we integrate as many plants and life and animals onto them as possible, and we go into the sky, we really can live up there, drinking the clouds and growing food. I think it's a future meant for humanity, and I think it's worth starting to push ourselves in that direction. Thank y'all for listening.
Wow, Timmy. I was so much looking forward to this presentation. I think from the beginning of DSS, you sharing your ideas of creating a floating island, it just sparkled my brain, and I'm so grateful that you were able to share all of this with us. And it's incredible that this is happening in the city of regeneration, right? We're propelling the city. And I just have to say a couple of things that really resonate with me. First, just to say how you started with the interpretation of passion, right? And how much we can visualize something in a very different way. And that also reminded me of Buckminster Fuller and Shogo in their creation of Cloud9, and how this is an interpretation of your floating island, of your Cloud9. So it's just very beautiful to see it develop as well throughout the DSS, and I can't wait to see it constructed. You know, it will be amazing to see it very soon being constructed. And yes, for that. Wow. And on this spirit, we want to introduce Upcycle Miss Velvet Cream. Miss Velvet Cream.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can
Okay,
see.
good. I'm
Let
gonna
me
do
give you
some.
a little bit introduction about yourself.
Okay,
Miss Velvet Cream, nurture in an ultra femme clothing handmade by artist Sakath
Scatha,
Sakafa
Scatha.
Scafa, sorry, Scafa G.
That's
Allison.
okay.
These one-of-a-kind pieces are cut, upcycled, remade, and constructed from vintage dead stock and off-cut fabrics. MVC was founded in 2003 in San Francisco. And we're gonna see this vision training. It's thought for vision train that we were it was through vision training that we were connected with Miss Velvet Cream. She's an inspiration in couture on cutting, and she will share an introduction of handmade sustainable fashion and infused with our wearable. And something else added. I can't read that one. But thank you so much for being here, and we're all looking for it.
Thank you. Okay, and I will make it quick. I'm sorry if I can't see you. So do we have a clear audio? Can you just reply with verbally? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't have the capacity to see you. Okay, while I'm going to do this presentation. So any directives, I'll just need you to give me an audio. So the images are going to load up, and I'm just going to start and try to move real quick. Okay, we're just going to wait for them. My name is Scatha. I have a clothing brand or whatever called Miss Velvet Cream. And I started making clothes, I guess it was about 2003. I started Miss Velvet Cream. I'd only started making clothes around that time. And so I connected with the DSS through Amanda Sage, who has some of my clothes, and we've done some like upcycling and recycling projects together. So I have a screen. Okay, there we go. It's like taking forever to load it up, but it's okay.
Scatha, I think you're glitching a little bit. Are you still there? Sometimes the internet gods here in the city of Regenera have other things in mind. As they do sometimes on Earth. Oh, and she's back.
All right. Hi. Okay. So we're not going to do any visuals because obviously that doesn't work. Miss Velvet Cream.
Skatha, your visual is sideways. Can we turn you
Oh,
somehow?
you can't see me? Is
Oh, there
that
we
better?
go.
Okay. What I see is not what you see at all. So, I'm just going to talk to you then. Why do we want to upcycle clothes? Well, first of all, everybody's wearing clothes, unless you're at home or at a nudist colony, you're fully dressed right now. So clothing becomes like a really, not just a form of human expression, but actually a means of our living, right? It's whether it's sheltering or whether it's a form of communication that is silent. In all cases, almost everyone's wearing clothing, right? So why do I do upcycling? Upcycling, first of all, I'm sure because you might all be familiar with the idea of upcycling, which is not just a recycle, but an upcycle means that it is lifted and put up. So the components that come in are reconstructed or remade, and this can be about anything, into something that we would call like a higher, right? Whether it's like, oh, it's more quality, or it has a value that has a meaning, or it's just transformed. Like all of those things would qualify as upcycling. For my work, because I started a long time ago, and when I started, I didn't know how to sew, so I taught myself to sew, and I did that by like working in a clothing store and buying fabrics and learning fabrics. I worked at a place in San Francisco where they would like let me like credit my paycheck towards towards fabric, and when I left, I had to give them money. When it was like the end of my job, I had to give them money. So anyway, I still have, so okay, so that's a lot of like hoarding, right? But I still have some of those fabrics, and I still work with them. But because in 2006 was the first Maker Faire Bay Area, and someone had sent me a message saying, "Hey, do you want to do Maker Faire? Hey, this is what it is. It's the brand new, and would you like to do an upcycling denim workshop?" And I was like, "Sure. I don't can't be that hard." So I did an upcycling denim workshop, and that's when I started, making clothes. And because of that actual like making upcycle, so I'm going to show you. Then I got a book deal because of that, which is kind of amusing. So there is a book called Gene Therapy, which you can still buy. And the economy imploded in the Bay Area, and I moved to Sacramento. So this is my 15th year here. But I didn't stop making. And I would say the networks and communities of independent designers that were around at the time, in terms of just making clothes, I'm like one of the only ones left. There's a few of us, but very small amount. And for myself, I continue making the clothes by hand. When we talk about like future visions, because that's right where we're here, and then we're envisioning futures. One of the things is like the value of things, right? The value of what we do, and the value of the craft, and the value of, everything is so commodified that things become so disposable. It's like a disposable price because it's produced offshore, or it just produced in a situation where the process of construction is no longer there. It's just broken down into steps, and each station does the step, and you're paid by the steps you do. So the actual craftsmanship of the process is like degenerating, and that's across any kind of like construction field, like literally construction, the making of stuff. Because there is so much stuff in the world already, I would say like at this point I'm like 95% recycled or upcycled, because we just have so many things. And so in the San Francisco Live Summit on the Thursday, I'll be coming to do a workshop where you can like work with my hands and kind of with some guidance. I will have some ideas, but kind of like an open space. I'm just going to show you a couple of things here because we can't look at the computer. So like this is an example of a jacket that has a tapestry attached to it. It's pretty extreme. It was done for a show. You can see this beautiful piece of tapestry, which I actually attached to this jacket. because I'm crazy like that. This is all t-shirts, and this was Maker Faire t-shirts, and Maker Faire was like one of the first places I was able to show as a, upcycling. So it's like this full circle. So they gave me all of this dead stock because someone had, I think, made an order, like an error. They had like 100, child-sized one shirt. Like it was just an error. So instead of them throwing it in the trash, they passed it on to me. And then I did this, like, this is a 29 t-shirt gown like that. It opens in the front. I'm going to just turn it really quickly. And then this is another example. Can you see? Oh yeah. So this is just like a regular suit jacket, but it has this huge skirt made of t-shirts and then all these appliques of t-shirts. Why do I think it's important to, like, one, be making clothes, and two, upcycling? One is reducing the waste and kind of reducing all of the stuff that's already in the world, and then also sustainability or regeneration. Like the physicality of making is also a really kind of a critical component to how we visualize the future. And it's not just my clothes or just clothes. It's like in all aspects. I think that everyone needs to have some sort of focus on like the physicality of the world that we're inhabiting, because that's not going to go away. And I don't want to see it like decommodify, like not decommodify, but I don't want to see it become like these bland cookie cutter, just like uniform and kind of like locked into stories. I'd like to see us able to wear and communicate silently, or communicate what we feel or want to share by using what we're wearing. So you can just look up, like you can go to Google and Google like Miss Velvet Cream, and then hit the image search. And once you start seeing cupcakes, that's not me, but pretty much it should be everything before then. You would see me. And on Instagram, I'm Miss Velvet Cream. So probably easier to work in person. My time is up. And thank you for having me. Sorry about my technical problems.
No worries at all. We're so grateful to have you. I'm just pulling Suparna up, who is gonna be here with you, and I know you wanted to have a little time for Q&A. So, yeah.
If anyone has any questions, I can answer them. Am I okay? Good. I'm still like,
I'm here and I see you, and oh my goodness, such gorgeous clothes. Like, let's be real, right? Like,
thank
it's
you.
serious work, but it is so playful and fun. I was just checking out what you have on, and so thank you for that. Thank you for sharing
Thank
the
you.
joy as well.
Thank
You
you for
talked about it.
time.
Yeah. You talked about like infusing your wearables with meaning and value. And very often, I think when it's time to let go of things, and I see there's value, but you're right, like it's easier to buy than mend. That's kind of the dominant way everything works. Technology works that way. Everything's designed to become obsolete, right? Like fast fashion, the quality just isn't there. So it's so much better to have clothes with meaning, and yeah, they're a part of you. So I'm wearing a lot of meaning today. So any questions, any observations, thoughts? What is it bringing up in people? Let's hear it.
I am so excited to make a costume and meet you on Thursday. This is so exciting. An outfit, anyway, with recycled, upcycled Miss Velvet Cream. Yay!
Thank you, Danielle. I see Gio has her hand raised.
Yes, I just think this is absolutely so interesting, and I've been thinking of ideas of how to bring this to Mexico City, and there's starting some shops, starting to create innovations, and I'm just wondering, do you have any plans to expand your horizons and maybe go to Mexico?
One of the things about like why I'm so small is because I control like the means of production, right? Because I want it to be an ethical production. So I think that like I like the idea of little worlds, like these existing in little worlds all around, because everywhere there are already independent designers. They are already there. I'm certain of it because they're everywhere. The hard part is like, how do you keep longevity and how do you keep going? And so when we're like thinking of futures, right, making space for the craft, whatever that craft is, becomes part of the design, right, of this designing of the future. I don't know if I'd be traveling too much, but I really love the invitation and the idea. But I promise you, there's locals already doing it. We just have to find them,
Yes, I think what would be interesting is maybe bringing the concept when you show people that there is already something created, it just brings inspiration to start a path, right? And it would just be beautiful to see kind of this movement more present, especially on.
I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gio. I see Roxy's hand up, and I also see a question in the chat. So, Roxy, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so I just wanted to share with you, Skata, that one of the things that we've been experimenting with in the city of Regenera is that every neighborhood has an upcycling center. And so everybody has access to sewing machines. And when people really want to keep things, but they don't quite fit right, and they do these collections with their best friends and they remake each other's stuff. So they have little pieces of each other, and they're also like remolding their old plastics. And it's just like this really beautiful thing that I really feel like could work here on Earth. Like, if it's working in the city, I think it could work here. And then if every neighborhood had these upcycling centers, then it wouldn't have to go into the landfill. I get so excited about this, and
100%, 100%. And I think the more you're exposed to the process, they're also, because right now everything has become so disposable because on average, like we are really disassociated from the process. So as you are able to like be part of the process, then you're also like, yeah, I don't need that $3 item that's gonna disintegrate after I wash it 4 times, and that kind of the relationship of like how things are made, right? How things are made. If it's made at that cost point, someone everywhere, the earth and different parts of the story are not getting like an equitable exchange. So I think all of that kind of change can also change like a whole like culture. Yeah, thank you, Roxy.
You're welcome. Thank you for the way you are bringing forward this important work and continuing to tend to it and bring it to this community. So inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxy. Just a quick question from Stacy in the chat. What is the invitation to do in person? Bring our own clothes to learn to upcycle? That was the question.
Yeah, I mean, we have a 2-hour window, so you could like bring 2 things that you're interested in mashing together, or something that you really love, but it's kind of boring, but maybe you want to like visualize something different for it. I don't recommend bringing trash. I recommend bringing favorites. I work a lot with like trash, like things that people don't want. But in this kind of story, and because of the length of time, it would be really great to just work with maybe something you like, but you're ready to like let it evolve. Yeah.
Oh, I love the even thinking in terms of evolution.
Yeah.
Evolution. I love it. Thank you so much, Kalpa. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. And so for the next part of our time together, we are actually going to bring in a little bit more of Regenera. You've heard Roxy talk about it. Most of us in the DSS know what it is. We've just been doing many, many, many different things. But as a reminder, the context for Regenera is its imagination. It's our first step towards imagining and giving body and shape to our ideas so that they can be in the world. This work is serious, and it can also be playful and so joyful, right? It's so much fun to do things with joy and to do them together. And so with that, I believe we have a little bit of movement with Timmy. So Timmy is going to play music. And what I'll do is I will share my screen. I'll bring up this visual, which is all the different archetypes in Regenera. So you don't have to like go into it if you're not able to right now. All you have to do is imagine there are all these different archetypes. Which one are you? Step into that archetype. And Roxy, if you don't mind sharing the link again for the training, that training link. That way people can read descriptions. Are you seeing this screen? Your screen, seeing the visual?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. And Timmy is tuning in live from the city, from Bucky's lab.
Welcome to Bucky's laboratory. I've been here building flying machines ever since he left. And it's so nice to have you all. And if anybody wants to take some time and just stand up and move around, here in Regenera, we really prioritize blood flow and movement. That gets our brain thinking and inventing things, and it's wonderful. Sometimes you gotta move. Can anybody tell me if y'all are hearing me good?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. You sound great.
Y'all sing along?
It's a good thing to be together. It's a good thing. Start flying forever. And wiggle your bodies. Please wiggle your bodies. Oh, it's so good to be in the sky, way up high, with your friends. Finally got our weight off the ground, and so the world can live. Up high with the birds, at a loss for words. Propel yourselves higher and higher, higher and higher. Woo!
Should we do a sing along?
Yeah.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Welcome back. And in this beautiful note of music, coming to another beautiful project, a fun, playful project called Echo's Village Theater Toolkit by Larissa Cole and Mark Smith. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome. Wow, I'm looking forward to this. You have created a purposeful play inside of a planetary crisis in collaboration with Campaign for Nature. So Larissa and Mark are re-evolutionaries, featuring a project from the recent pathway program of the hackathon with Campaign for Nature. Larissa is a non-dual animist, artist, facilitator, creating vitalizing experiences to shape culture. And Mark's myth, making the invisible visible throughout the design science decade with the design science studio, Electrocon King Beam, Echo Earth, and the heart of the Renaissance. Wow. Yay. Welcome, Mark and Larissa. This is your stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to the MCs. Y'all are doing it, weaving everything together. That's such a big labor on here. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Larissa. I use they, them pronouns. My people are from India and Europe, and I'm tuning in from Chinook lands, so-called Portland, Oregon in the US. Mark, you want to say anything about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mark. I've been with the Design Science Studio for 3 years now, and I am on the other side of the Cascades from Larissa in the land of Inside Out, as I've learned it is. So.
Great. So we're going to throw you right into a video that we made animating a very special artifact and transcript that is part of our toolkit. So Mark, whenever you're ready, let's go ahead and show them.
I think Roxy's on that or somebody.
Oh, okay.
No.
Roxy says nope.
Oh, I can. Yep. Do. Here it comes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I was too busy having fun over here. Just busily doing, singing along to Timmy's song in Bucky's lab. Got distracted. All right, I have it right here. I'm just going to get it up on the screen. And we will echo. You know, while this pulls up, I'm curious if we can share, or if you're planning on sharing a few words about the hackathon. What's it inside of the...
That's coming. That's all
Oh,
coming.
good. I'm so excited. Great.
I mean, there's not too many words, so if there's anything that's on your heart, Mark, I say, yeah, go for it.
Well, this was a project that was had been dreamed of by Roxy and some folks with the Campaign for Nature a few years ago. The invitation was laid, and this year it became manifest in the Pathways Hackathon for the 30 by 30 campaign for nature to make sure that the promises that were made a couple years ago by different countries to finance the countries that needed to make sure the lands that were being destroyed, that were disrupting the biodiversity, and the biodiversity loss was getting so rapidly accelerated that this campaign was started to head that off by protecting the land and the seas, in a nutshell.
Great, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Meet your hosts, Eco and Echo. Eco is a brilliantly colored, medium-sized parrot belonging to the Spix macaw species, native to the shrinking Caatinga forests of eastern Brazil. After going extinct from the wild due to loss of habitat and being hunted for pets, they have been reintroduced. Echo is a Blakiston's fish owl, one of the largest owl species in the world, hailing from the old-growth forests of eastern Russia, China, and Japan. Their populations have shrunk due to logging and overharvesting of their food sources like salmon. The following is a transcript from the first meeting between Eco, Echo, and a few humans that decided to listen carefully to what they were saying. Welcome to Earth. Have you looked and sniffed around? It's an amazing place. There's so much going on. Flowers are blooming and insects are swarming. There's high-speed chases and narrow escapes. Life forms that have been around for millions of years, and others that are just being born. There are tiny things and big things, life and death, beauty and blood.
Yes, yes, yes. Our Earth is really something, Eco. Incredible variety and creativity all in one place. And every one of us has our part to play in helping it to continue to maintain a perfect balance on our planet.
Maintain balance? You mean like how I can balance on one leg?
Oh, sort of, but except instead of just you balancing, it's like we're all in a big circle, balancing on one leg and leaning on each other to stay upright. Right. If one of us loses balance, we will feel the effects all throughout the circle.
So you're saying we are all balancing life on Earth together, and when something changes in one place, the entire planet will be affected? Huh. Wait, so I can't just take my family and my friends and the creatures that I like and hide out somewhere if things get really bad?
Well, you could, but eventually you'd be affected too. There is no escaping from what happens in our shared world. We're all in it together, forever, till we die. And then, even after that, according to some people.
Huh. So, are we doing pretty good then? Everything's nice and balanced?
Well, what do you think, humans? What do you think, humans?
Take a moment to answer Echo's question out loud or to yourself. Is life on our planet and society balanced?
If you answered no, our planet and society is not in balance, then you've been paying attention. Well done. Indeed, there are many ways our planet and your human society are struggling with balance. One imbalance is that some humans are taking away more than what they need from our planet and being irresponsible with their creativity, making things that pollute our air and waters. Another imbalance is that many humans who have been helping to take care of Earth have been harmed and forced off the land by other humans who have forgotten their role in nature. Because of this, we've had to say goodbye to many creatures. Goodbye. Whose species have died out without all of the amazing plants, animals, fungi, and materials on our planet, minerals and all. All this beauty on our planet won't survive, including humans. humans will also be really sad, sad and lonely, oh so lonely, lonely.
Geez, you humans better get your act together.
While it's true that humans need to take responsibilities for their actions, we are all in the same boat. We're all on this big spinning green ball in space together, together. So we can't spend a whole lot of time just pointing fingers.
Ugh, but I like pointing fingers. I mean, feathers. Hey, I have an idea. Helping to keep things in balance isn't just about leaning on each other. It's also about communication and passing on information like stories. What if humans use their voices to tell the stories of our planet to other humans? And through the stories, they could call on other humans to show up for Earth. They could become the voices of Earth.
Hey, I think you're on to something, Eco. What do you think, humans? Humans, do you want to become the voices of Earth?
All right, so that was a very special transcript from the first meeting that Eco and Echo ever had with any humans, and you will find that transcript in the Theater Toolkit. So let me talk to you a little bit more about what the Theater Toolkit is. Theater Toolkit, Village Theater Toolkit. Purposeful play for the planet. So Eco Echo's Village Theater Toolkit, like Mark said earlier, this was initiated during our recent DSS hackathon in partnership with Campaign for Nature, and their call to policymakers to fund a global coordinated effort to protect 30% of the world's waters and lands, and to center the wisdom of indigenous and local communities in maintaining biodiversity. So Eco Echo's Village Theater Toolkit is a direct way for people of all ages to become a voice of Earth, to put their energy behind one of the most pressing issues of our time, protecting the biodiversity of our planet. So we are in the process of creating a downloadable intergenerational community experience that combines play, art, education, theater games, and civic participation, anchored in the question, what kind of ancestor do you want to be? The downloadable toolkit includes an educational portion about Campaign for Nature, the importance of biodiversity, and a specific compelling story about biodiversity. So our first version of the toolkit right now is looking at the roles that beavers play in supporting biodiversity through their networks of beaver dams. So cool. Which create lakes that are self-cleaning, protect against drought and wildfire, and provide new habitat for more plants, insects, and animals. And participants will become voices of Earth by echoing or amplifying the stories of Earth through theater games and communal play, and by actually recording these experiences and calling on policymakers to follow through on funding the 30 by 30 campaign with Campaign for Nature. So we are going to move into, oh, actually, sorry, Mark, is there anything you want to say about our artistic process so far? Short and sweet.
Yeah, first of all, just going into hackathon and not knowing what you're in for, and getting the design directive, and then being put into different groups with strangers, essentially, even though we've in the design science studio, Larissa and I found each other, and somehow the magic happened. And the journey I've been documenting, we have ecoecho.earth, and all of our story of and the process and what's emerged from that is there for you all to check out. So it's there.
Yeah, we will share a link to the Substack that has a lot of the detail, so you can check it out on your own time if you like. So my request for you all for the next few minutes is to join us in a balancing game online here. So in a moment, so not yet, in a moment we will go into gallery view. So and anybody who wants to play, please have your video on so we can see you. And what we're going to do is that people with hands close to the camera are going to represent heat on our planet, and people with hands further away from the camera are going to represent coolness, cold. And the combination of people with hands close and hands far away is going to represent the overall temperature and atmosphere of our planet. And if there's too much heat or too much cold, then life on Earth is not going to survive, right? We have a very specific range of temperature that can sustain life as it is on Earth right now. So the rules for this game is that you always have to be moving either closer to the camera or further away from the camera. So you always have to be moving, and we're going to start slow, right? So don't like jump right ahead or jump back. Let's start slow. So you've always got to be moving, and together as a group, we have to try to maintain about 50-50, people who are closer to the camera, 50%, and people who are further away from the camera, 50%, representing a balanced temperature. So Mark, let's just try it right now, just for like 30 or 10 seconds. Okay. Well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come on camera, folks, and join us in this. It's a balancing act.
Great. So let's get everybody in gallery view and put your videos on. Visually, it's a bit of a challenge because there's so many beautiful backgrounds, but that's reality too, right? There's so much going on Earth. Right, so you always have to be moving towards the camera or away from the camera. And it doesn't have to be one direction. Like if you're starting to move backwards, you don't have to stay moving backwards. You can move forwards. You can change direction anytime you need. And now what happens when maybe one or two people start to move very quickly back and forth from the camera? What happens? Ooh. Oh. Oh.
Seems to be the challenge is to focus on everybody.
Right, you have to have both a sense of what you are doing and also what the group is doing, and also like what the people next to you are doing, right? There's a lot of different levels. And also how long it takes to get a sense of like what the overall balance is. So let's play it for, were you going to say something, Mark?
It's just the pace really slowed down.
Oh. Great, let's play for just a couple more moments here. Doing our balance research together. Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much for playing that. Any brief words about what that was like, either in the chat or probably on the chat is easiest for time. How'd that feel? Homeostasis. It was a tool to sense the energy of the group. Yeah, yeah. Connecting. I was stressed. I was a little stressed. Balance made more sense when I put the gallery view on. Yeah, yeah, Nora. Too many variables to keep track of. Yeah, arms got tired. Okay, yeah, such fun practice for embodying collective balance. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I agree. It was harder than I thought it would be to actually be able to like track it, but I think I found myself surrendering the idea that I could really track it visually and instead had to actually feel my way. Um, which once I crossed that bridge, then things were felt a lot better for me. Awesome. Well, I hope you do play some balance games when you all are in person together. Mark is going to be there. Thank you so much for trying that out. And we've got one more thing to do with you all to close us out. Mark, whenever you're ready, offering the ancestor question to folks.
Yeah, when we started this initiative, it was based on this idea, this question, which is, what kind of ancestor do you want to be? And we've got there's a QR code. You can actually go to the AHA slides, and there's two questions. The first one is, how would you word that differently in your own sensibility that would be meaningful to you? And then the second one would be to actually think about this question and share with us what comes to mind. The question itself is a curious one, and it considering that we are all here in Regenera, a moment of time that's actually slipped out of time. We're somewhere in the middle of the design science decade, and we're pondering how we're going to survive on this beautiful planet Earth as humanity, and this idea that if I'm an ancestor, that must mean I'm living in the future. And that's not, in essence, what that necessarily means. It means you're alive right now, and you have the potential to affect the future in your behavior, your life, and what you're doing. And so to answer that question, what kind of ancestor do I want to be? It's not so much about the legacy that you're leaving, but what you're doing to support life on Earth, whether you have children, grandchildren, or dogs and pets or whatever, but how we show up in this world to be the ancestor that we can imagine that would suffice to make this a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. And that's the kind of the ask that we will be looking for with this project, is how is that carried forward to affect change and to make sure that the leaders are following through on their promises. So keep an eye out for the 30 by 30 campaign and see how you can help out. And the Village Leader Toolkit will be manifesting. We're still in flow process and of creation. And this was a milestone for us to share it with you all. Larissa?
Whoopsie. Here's some info for how to be in touch with us.
Yeah.
Put up there for a minute and then.
There you go. And of course, you can always go to ecoecho.earth. Find the story. Hi, Suparna.
Larissa and Mark. Thank you so much. So this provocation or prompt, what kind of ancestor do you want to be? It is my lock screen, Mark. You shared this image in one of our chats, in our group cohort chats. No joke, I saw it and it resonated so deeply that I want to meditate on this every day. So it's on my lock screen on my laptop. So thank you for sharing that. It's super powerful and a great way to like step into your intention repeatedly. And I love what you said, you know, it's about supporting the cycle. It's not about being self-important. It's not to say in a self-important way, right? We're part of that cycle. And you also said earlier, together on earth and after we die. So it's kind of a zoomed out view, literally, of life. And then you see your little part, your little drop in the ocean, a very important drop. And so it creates this level of agency, I think. And then reflecting on the exercise too, I think I felt more regulated when I knew, what my intention was for a second, because I was juggling a few things. I was like, okay, what am I doing here? So when I figured out the intention, it was easier in my body. And also like, of course, it's a long game. It's an endless game. And so just knowing that, right? Like just knowing that like you're regulating yourself for a long thing and it will never be done. So yeah, there was a lot of wisdom embedded through the whole process. And so thanks for giving us a flavor. I wonder if others have any thoughts, observations, questions.
I just want to mention real quick too that all the text and the artwork, and since they invited artists into this campaign, Larissa and I brought it, so it's all original content, and we'll be presenting the artwork at Gray Area in San Francisco. So if you're there, stop by and
yes, I'll be there.
Effects, yeah.
Yeah, and we're hoping to launch, like a downloadable version of the toolkit this summer. So we're going to be looking for places where we can try it out, where we can work with different groups. Yeah, we would love to connect with you if you have people and communities you want to bring this to.
Yeah.
Thank you both again. Any other reflections from the group?
Roxy.
Your real hand is up, not your virtual hand.
I was like, couldn't find the button. I'm like, oh, maybe someone will see me. I actually appreciate that you're wearing a ceasefire shirt, Larissa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful shirt too.
Oh wow. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And it feels connected also to like, it's not guns, it's not war, but it is in a different way, like havoc that we've been wreaking on the environment, on ecosystems, on so many animal and plant species and four-legged friends. And that's, really what this Campaign for Nature is all about, is like, and all the work that we do here is about creating a world that works for all and not just some, and kind of shifting away from so much violence and kind of retooling and reimagining how we can kind of be in a more sacred reciprocity with all of life. And it's a tough and intense time in the world. And like, this is alchemical work, at the level of story, at the level of participation, at the level of communion. And so I just want to thank you, because I know ritual is really important to you and it's really important to me. So this feels very much an embodiment of that. And I'm crying. Good talk.
Speaking of alchemical work, we have Chris, the alchemist, was.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. I'm so happy you're here. So much. This is so cool. I'm enjoying this thoroughly. So Mark and Larissa, that active installation art, interactive piece of art you did inspired me, because as someone who also enjoys puzzles, I appreciate that your approach allowed for us to vicariously not fall into the trap of overanalyzing the problems without focusing on creating the solution. Because I don't love the problems, but analyzing and fixating on what the problems are sometimes just uses all my fairy dust, and I don't get to use it towards a solution. So I'm really, really grateful to see that prose and
like honest observation was able to convey a very needed story truthfully without shame or guilt being engaged. So that's very tactful, and I really appreciate that level of skill you both engaged. So thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Great catch. That was, yeah, we were really weaving that in intentionally.
That's so wonderful. Fairy dust coming from the alchemist, right? Don't want to use up all our fairy dust and just fixating on the problems. We're gonna save some for the solve, a lot of it for the solve. Thank you for that, Chris. I think with that, we can invite in the next person. I believe Eve is next.
Yes, next up we will be having a video from Arana Krautonis, which is called
I can't find you.
You can't find me.
Can't find
I'm
you.
kind of like hiding. I'm like blending in with my background somewhere.
That's great. It's not your background, it's your scenery.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is where I currently am. So Arana's gonna be sharing a animated video that she made called Untouched by Humans. And the question is, what's left of the wild places? Arana is a new media artist and animator from New York City, immersed in the realms of nature and cosmos. She crafts imaginings and new perceptions and speaks for those who don't converse in human voice. And I love all of the art that you have shared so far over the DSS course. And thank you for speaking for those that cannot speak for themselves. So with that, Arana.
Oh, we can't unmute. I have your video, Arena, and I can play it for you. I see you nodding. Yeah, you ready? And then
okay, I think I got it. Did I get it?
Yeah, you got
Thank
it.
you. I just wanted to quickly say I'm thrilled to go after Mark, and because the 30 by 30 campaign is one of the major influences of this video and the campaign for nature. So with that.
And this is the world debut, no?
Yes.
Yay. Oh, so beautiful. Okay, here we go. Everybody.
You might want to mute me.
Okay, I can mute you.
Thanks.
Thank you for creating this beautiful animation. I'm so excited to experience it together.
My voicemail, leave me a message.
Okay. Am I unmuted? Nope.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I am. Okay. Good.
Wow, thank you so much for that video. I'm born and raised and still in Portland, Oregon, which is considered a temperate rainforest. And I was lucky enough to be actually raised in one of our forests here. So as someone who grew up amongst the trees, I really appreciate that you're amplifying the message to protect the wild, because it's really, really important. It's where we're able to connect to that part of ourselves again.
Yes. Absolutely.
Also, I love your work. You are such a brilliant artist.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks.
Speaking for the
Thank you
animals.
and thank you for the stage, and thank you for DSS, and thank you for all you guys. Guys,
Yeah.
love it. It's all good.
You're amazing. You seriously are. Really, every time I watch one of your videos, it makes me cry and resonate so deeply. So thank you for your artwork and your gift to the world.
Thank you.
So it looks like next up, I'm going to bring Shelvanaya to the stage. Shelvanaya, who are we going to see next?
Well, it looks like we are going to see Della.
Oh, Shelvanaya, we can't hear you very well, my dear.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I shall fix this. This is the problem with being between worlds.
Oh.
All right, there we go. Is that better?
Oh, it's so great. I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. So what I was saying, what you weren't hearing, was that next up is Della Burford, and I have here.
You can go ahead and start introducing. I'll bring her up.
Okay. All right. No. So we have dreams can impact your life and impact the world. Della is an award-winning painter and best-selling author of 7 books. She has been a digital nomad for 1 year. Stories have been performed in New York, Korea, Guatemala, Japan, and Bali. Journey to Dodo Land, e-zine, and a website with 22 million views. I'm sure there's not. Now, take it away, Della.
Oh, you're muted, Della. I have your
Okay,
video.
here I am. Yeah, thank you so much. I love your background. Wow, with the butterflies. And anyways, I just wanted to say that I love the idea of the magic, keeping the magic so that we don't get dissipated. And I think what I'm talking about today is dreams. And I've written a book called Dream Wheels, and it's all about creating magic in your life through your dreams, remembering your dreams and acting them out. And I think Design Science Studio helps you do that, because I found that not only can I write books and create stories, but they can become many things. And this is what I'm showing in this little video I'm doing today. And it's going to be an excerpt from the podcast with Stephen Levitt, and then a few examples of things that you can create in Design Science Studio, like 3D and all sorts of fun stuff. Okay. I know we don't have much time, so we'll just go right to the video.
Oh, thank you, Della. This looks like the right one?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, we'll start to play it. And thank you for your beautiful presence in this community. It's so inspiring. I'm really excited to see this together.
When I started to do my dream wheels, which my dream wheels are a record of the year of dreams, and anyone can do it, I put my dreams on the outer ring of the wheel. I write them usually in just a line or two, and then I put a little picture, and in the middle, I think of everyday events that are connected to my dreams. And that becomes my dream wheel of the year. And I came up with this idea of doing the dream wheels so long ago, 1976. And I said, I'm going to do many years of these. I didn't know it was going to be 40, but I said, not until after 30 am I going to share it with anybody in the world.
Wow.
And in fact, I did that. I didn't tell anyone about my dream wheels. And also, I was so involved in manifesting the dreams that I didn't have time to talk about it. And then finally, I did. I decided, no, I'm going to share this idea. And I created the book called Dream Wheels. And it goes into telling the different periods of time in my life. And I sort of, the initiation one is the first one. That's where it all began. Everybody's dreams are unique. No two person has the same symbols in their dreams. Like the symbol of the fire might mean one thing to me and another thing for you, or a symbol of a certain power animal. So they're all unique and all different. I know the beautiful thing that the dream teacher Robert Moss does is he says, how did the dream make you feel? That's the first question. How did it make you feel? And when you say that, all of a sudden, oh, yeah, I felt sad, or I felt angry, or I felt good, or anyways. And then you sort of think about, is there some reality that I can connect to it? Something that's happening in reality that I can actually connect to that. And when you think about that, sometimes it's called a reality hit kind of. You can think of maybe a television program you were watching, or maybe a conversation you had with someone that might have brought this on. And then the other important thing is, if a person is commenting on a dream, which I would maybe comment on your dream, for example, I wouldn't say, I believe it is this, or I believe it is that. I would say, if it were my dream, I would say that the fire would indicate that I really got very involved in my musical stuff. And but then it leaves it open, because it really is you that decides about this and about the dreams, and it means something different to you.
What you mean when you say you did a lot of work in a 20-year period on manifesting your dreams. You were busy doing that. What does that mean?
You know, again, I talk about manifesting my dreams, but I think anyone can do this. So I like to encourage other people to manifest their dreams. Manifesting the dream is something that, like, for instance, if you have a dream with a green color in it, you wear green the next day, right? Or if you see a certain person in the dream, you phone them the next day. So in fact, you're like manifesting it. You're seeing it in your dreams, but in fact, it becomes something that is part of this physical reality. I decided at an early stage that I was going to write down my favorite creative dreams, which I did on my dream wheels. And not only that, but I was going to try to either write about them, do art about them. And in many cases, I had people working with me that were doing theater around them, making music around them. So as soon as that happens, then it's manifested, right? Like it becomes part of this reality, and it feels really good. And actually, it's an incredible way of honoring the dream.
Galaxy animated short. How do I get to the world? Here we go. I found it. All right. So thank you for being patient with me as we find the second world that Bella is going to take us through, which is Star Galaxy for the World. We're going to enter that now, and you're going to get to see a little bit of the sort of guts here of how Topia works, which is a web-based experience. So hopefully Della is here. I don't see her yet. We're going to look for her. Maybe. This is beautiful. And I have not found Della yet.
You know, I feel like I'm walking through a comic book, or I'm walking through like mist, or something that just evokes childlike memories when I'm walking through this. It's amazing.
Right? So Topia, there she is. Hi, Della. Us a little bit of how this came together creatively as a collaboration. Could you tell us just a little bit of how you went through the process of taking what was a book and making it into an immersive exhibit?
Initially, the thing that got me to working on this was the story, because the story was related with the transformation for the world, but not just general transformation, but personal transformation, and transformation through struggles maybe, and maybe trauma too. So that was a big part of the idea of why are we doing this. And then the characters were already created and story too. So the first thing was to create a little more action for them, right? So we took some of the parts of the paintings, for example, here, and divided them, but given like different movements, and so they kind of created composition with the elements. We just break the paintings, right? And her story was the solids were part of the story as well, right? So the next step was just finding textures for it, and she, Della, and her husband, they had a few pieces that were
It's kind of a combination of, well, you can see right there, it's actually a journey. It's actually a vision journey. It might be one car on the train, Amanda. And this is our traveling. And I realized when I talked about our traveling that below, you'll see below the image of all the places is the Bucky map, because when I put all the places that we travel to and do our workshops, it turned out to be on the Bucky map. unicorn ship. So when I started to think about the unicorn ship, I thought about it being something that anyone can go on when they want to share their dreams, make their dreams from invisible within themselves to visible. And all of a sudden I got some people in the belly of the ship and some people above the ship and some people Great. Can you hear me? Yes? Yeah, thank you so much for everybody that helped to make dreams come true in Design Science Studio. It's really from my heart. I say thank you. And there's so many possibilities. And this is just a little glimpse of a few things that happened with Design Science Studio for myself. And I encourage others to go for the dreaming. Make your dreams come true. Thank you.
Wow, Della, that was so beautiful. My goodness, it was like tearing up. I just loved how you were making the connections between there's the dream reality and then there's all these other realities, including other people's sort of interpretations of the symbols that might appear in your own dreams. It's amazing. And the way you sort of put the video together, own dream, very dreamy.
Yeah, it's sort of dreamy. Life is a dream, and love sharing dreams with others and seeing other people dream. In this cohort, we're working in New Art City doing a Bliss Pegasus ship, 3-dimensionally. Ian McIntosh has been working on it. I'm so excited about it. And of course, Julian's backgrounds are totally amazing. Anyways, thank you.
That's great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And Roxy, I think you are up next.
I totally pushed on mute as I was saying, unreal. I was saying it in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, Bella. Shelva and I already, really, I think, reflected in a really beautiful way, but yeah, help it. I had to tell you that. So last night when I was sleeping, because one has to sleep at night. I say that sort of jokingly because it was the night before the event and it was like, but I put myself to bed and I had this really beautiful dream about literally like laying out yoga mats for the Design Science Studio community to do yoga together and like prepping the kitchen for like cooking meals together. And it was so comforting because I had been sort of having stressful dreams for a few days of like planning. And it was so lovely. I was like, oh, what a special moment. Like I woke up and I was like, okay, that was nice. And I feel like this container and then also all the partners and the collaborators and all the people who come, are like broader community of Regenera and are like, yeah, but I feel like I part of my life is dreaming this dream into reality. And so thanks for being a part of my dream.
Yeah, great.
And it's so wonderful to see what is
on the Pegasus ship. You're there, Roxy, and you're one of I think the only person I didn't talk to that said that, oh yes, I'll be on the Pegasus ship, but we have you in the living the dream category.
Oh. That's so Oh, well,
And I see Stephen is here. Hey, Stephen. Yay.
Yeah, where's Stephen?
Stephen, I see him.
Thank you, Stephen, for, this is also part of the work, right? Is like, we are a very multicultural, if you can look at this, multicultural, multi-ethnic, like multi-generational community. And it's so cool when we collaborate. And I feel like, one of the first things I shared when I welcomed everyone into the city this morning was about collaboration as like one of the core and central pillars. It's our imagination and our collaboration and this space that we hold of being like we are collaborating and not competing. We are like really lifting each other up. And it's this, you, Della, are such a great example of that. Like you have collaborated with so many different artists, you've collaborated with Stephen, who's like a professional podcast maker and video maker. Like you collaborate with Julie, who's a professional 3D designer. You collaborate with Stroopy playing the flute. Like, I saw other people's like work inside of your world. Your work is inside of the multiverse poetry, utopia world. Like you're all like weaving together and also kind of carrying forward across like, different modalities and different generations. It's just so cool. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, thank you.
I and the creativity storyteller are one.
Yes.
That's from Della's book.
But Stephen is the one that believes in me and did the podcast with me and suggested to do the fireside. And so he's instrumental in this whole thing. Thank you, Stephen.
I just can't believe how amazing and prolific Della is as an artist and an inspiration to us all. As I don't know if Della, if you can tell, but Della is in her like 50 years of artistry, like, right, 50, 60, 70 years. How long has it been? Like, and you're still making art. It's
yes,
such an inspiration.
Thank you. Yeah, it's 50 years.
Wow. That's so beautiful. And you put that little dropped in Imagine by John Lennon in the chat. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Okay, you'll join us and the world will be as one.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Excellent.
This is a perfect, I feel like I'm already beaming. So this is a perfect segue into the beam team. So
yeah.
Nella, sure you'll come back up. And it's so nice. Oh, I also see Moni now. Hi, Moni. Can't wait to have some time tomorrow. Open up some virtual worlds. Hello. Tomorrow we'll be opening up some of the virtual worlds, some of the new exhibits. It's going to be so fun. Exploring some of these different spaces. But first, I am going to introduce some of the beam team. And I got all carried away with just beaming already, so this is appropriate. I think, Mark, you said that we had yet another beam team member here, no?
Hold on, wait, I'm coming, wait, I'm almost there. Oh, beaming in. Oh, wait, what happened? There I am. Hi.
Hi, welcome back.
Yeah, nice to be here. It's a little tiring traversing all these time zones and years of transporting our molecular structures through these moments of time and years. And hi, I'm here.
Hi. Welcome. It takes a lot to beam over here, and we are transitioning now into the celebratory portion of our time together today here in Regenera. So I just want to celebrate the beam. The beam has been the backcasting evolutionary alliance mediums beaming straight from the heart of the Regenaissance, was definitely born and stewarded both within the Design Science Studio and by Mark Smith and many others. And so this session is all about igniting the beaming beacon that we lovingly refer to it as. And you, Mark Smith, you have been doing this work of making the invisible visible throughout the Design Science decade as the Leprechaunkin, beaming this echo earth from the heart of the Regenaissance, and you have beamed some friends with you. So I am so excited to be here with Stephanie Schwartz and Stephen Levitt, and thank you all for igniting the beam.
Right on. Thank you. As Roxy said, it was initiated as a project in the first cohort of the Design Science Studio at the beginning of the Design Science decade. And the goal was for this project to carry on year after year and evolve and morph and change. And this is a very special year because, as you can see, there's no beam sign behind me. I am taking that and handing it to Stephen Levitt, who will tell you a little bit about himself and how he's landed here. And then we'll speak with Stephanie and we'll give you a sense of beaming and what's coming and why we're here this year. Take it away, Stephen.
Well, I guess it all started with a call inside my heart and a call inside the collective hearts of all of us to find others who could envision a future that works for 100% of life. And in that desire, there was the medium. We have suddenly this opportunity to communicate with each other across this electronic medium, which is carried on electrons in the electromagnetic spectrum and actually affect reality and how we interact with each other. So the medium and the message, and also the mediums, the ones who are carrying the message and beaming from our hearts the intention for the future that already exists, that we want to, in the eternal now, connect with. How did we get here? How did we get to this world that already works for 100% of life? How do we live in the world of the future that we can bring in now and imagine and say, what did we do to make this happen? And that's the backcasting. So Mark has been an amazing progenitor of this idea of how the world is changed by our interconnection of these electrons, the leprechaun kin, as he calls them. So I want to invite everybody to be the medium. We beam to each and every person around us the knowing and the heart belief in what the world can be. And as we've seen from many of the evolutionaries that have presented here today, the things that can be done through the power of creativity. I was blown away by how the sculptures that were in the plaza near the river were able to bring awareness to the actual ecology in the area. And that was an example of art that was like Geomantis, the art, that project that was literally changing the landscape and helping to bring communities together around action, but give them a visual representation of the life that was already there, the life that existed and needs to continue to exist. So as I beam to you my joy in the assembling of this collective group of dreamers who are able to affect the world by our heart dreams and making those into a reality in the littlest and the biggest of ways. I invite you to know that that is felt here by all of us, and it's being broadcast out throughout the internet, and it's being broadcast into the ether, as you will. Like as we dream it, it begins to take shape and it begins to gain weight and reality. So now I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie, and Stephanie can beam with us for a minute.
Yeah, happy to beam with you all. I've been here at the Design Science Studio from the beginning as well, and I'm really grateful. And Mark has been an leprechaun kin of mine from the moment I met him, and all that he's bringing, and seeing the invisible in making it visible has been something that we both love to do as well, and doing it for all life. And so the beam, I think the beam really, I feel like I was there at the beginning of when the beam even was ignited into Mark's dreaming mind, pulling it all together, because we were all beaming. We were all smiling so much that it was beaming, and wanting to share that. And I know that Mark wanted to beam it all over, and like created different ways to do that by sharing all of it and bringing it in all different kind of ways. So it's grown, and it's so great to have and see and be part of it. And I just wanted to share this laser beam for the reason that this is a laser beam made up of particles pulled together. And when we come together, we're all coming together, and the power of a laser beam. I mean, we can pull it together. So as we're backcasting and we're being, I could think of be and am, like I am being a beam. We're being, in our being, we are beaming, and we're just like, just like I think that they've been learning about DNA and how it's made in the moment, kind of by the environment around it, in a sense. We're making it as we go. So while we're talking about beaming the future to the past, when we're thinking of all life and including it in everything we design and everything we do, then we're making it while we're going. So we don't have to go back and do anything. It's happening in real time. So thank you. Happy to be with you all. And we're gonna share and bring back great things and share as we go. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephen. Today's theme is actually change the story, change the world. And that's how I got here from over 40 years ago. There was a story that was imparted to me by these two guys here. I'm sitting with them. You got Marshall McLuhan and Buckminster Fuller. And the books that I read were both designed by the same designer. And one was I Seem to Be a Verb by Bucky, and the other by McLuhan. The Medium is the Message. And what came to me, the gift that they imparted to me, was this notion of eleprecon, that we are electrons, protons, and consciousness, and that through our abilities that we were developing back then to create this ability to have omnidirectional communication, that we would be able to transport ourselves through time, that I would be here telling you this story from 40, 50 years ago to share the potential of how your story, all of your stories, are making the change in the world that we want to see. And so it brings me great joy to being with you all. We are going to, let's see, tomorrow there's going to be a 5-minute teaser that will be played at some time during the day, which was the inaugural beaming, and that links to the full 18-minute piece. And then I think on Sunday, we'll be beaming a 5-minute teaser on this cohort's blooming event that we did. So take a peek at those, and then we'll be covering the event at Gray Area. We'll be interviewing folks. Stephen will be looking for people to interview for his Language of Creativity podcast. Alai is going to be with us. Alai has a podcast as well. So we've got some folks that will be stepping out to interview. Stephanie's going to be there, capturing in the beautiful ways that she does. And we just look forward to hearing your stories, to engaging with you, and to beaming Regenera right from the heart. Yeah. Doesn't it feel good?
I want to hear more about the backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums.
Yeah, I got to wet my whistle for that's a mouthful. So this project, actually, I arrived in the design science studio without a project. I knew that I was looking for my leprechaun kin. So how did we get to a leprechaun kin? The idea that, we're living in a new time. This is a generation that has been born into a digital world. I'm a transitional. I've lived through both. I've actually helped this personal computer industry come into being and saw it, the ideals behind it. And now I show up years later into the design science studio, and here's Tom Chi doing a rapid prototyping project. And then there's Tony Patrick, who stepped in for a world building project and talked about backcasting. And somewhere in that on the first Miro board is this big bam BAM. And I looked at it, it was like backcasting alliance mediums. And it was like, but I'm the E word guy, leprechaun and electromagnetic spectrum. So threw in a E and it was like, of course, we're beaming. And so the beam, the backcasting evolutionary alliance mediums. What does it mean to backcast? This idea where we have an idea, that potential future. So all these stories that you're hearing about where we've come from, this future that's willing us forward. How did we get there? How did we do it? That's backcasting. That's taking the steps. That's the journey of all the steps that we took to know that, hey, if we wander off course, for example, with our communications technologies and don't pay attention to the fact that we've broke trust, what happens in that issue? And so we have a lot of things to consider, right? A lot of things to choose between the pro and the con. Elect between the pro and the con. A leprechaun, here you are again. So this is a story that's just going to keep coming through the mediums, through those that are stepping in to carry the story, like all of you. You are the backcasting evolutionary alliance mediums. You are changing the story to change the world. This is why we're here today, to welcome that story in. And every day is going to evolve that story, bring new components into the story, and it's going to be quite a telling. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's such an honor and such an encouragement to know that there are people who are doing things in a world that are making a difference. And I know one of the things that I've heard a lot about lately is this idea of like paralysis that comes from all the negative news that we have and everything. So when we share artistic projects and amazing visionary technologies and those things, it creates hope. And hope is an anchor for people to dream and to create the solutions, like the making the waste into gas that runs the generators. These are real things that impact the world. So be encouraged and beam your light to everyone around you. It's like each one of us is a lighthouse that is brightening up the planet, creating a node on the network, the mesh net of good things happening. Stephen, out.
Don't go anywhere, my friend. One of the things that became really apparent to me by joining the design science studio and finding my leprechaun kin is what the electromagnetic spectrum taught me through the rainbow. And that's quite simply, you have all these different water molecules that are falling out of the sky, and the sun hits them, and then we're all in a little different position to see them differently, and bam, you've got this rainbow, right? And this refraction of light. And what I've learned is that we are in fact in the generation that is leaving the aspect of being a reactionary behind, and we are becoming refractionaries. And with that, I would like to invite Stephanie in to share, because Stephanie is somebody who I met who lived this experience of being a refractionary and interpreting and sensing the world in a way that most of us don't. So how does that apply to beaming for you?
That's sweet. Thank you, Mark. I find that I think that some of us, what I believe is that there's ways in which some of us hold our eyes based on life experience that allows us to see things a little differently. And I know that, it's not something that I have to try to do in order to see beams of light coming. It's like that the way that my eyes work will see that. So that tells me we all can, because it's how we hold our eyes. And some people can't not see it, and some people are learning how to see it, or see it but don't focus upon it. So it's really like what we focus upon. So if I'm driving and there's cars in front of me and behind me and everything, and it's the middle of the day, I can't help but see the highlight on the car in front of me, and it's I can't even, this is a very small experience of what that feels like, where it's just undulating beams of light. And I really kind of think that Van Gogh saw that way, because there's a way that I understand that I see that way when I look at things, and I know other people too do as well. So, you know, if you're like walking in the woods and the light is coming in and out, you can just like look at it by, you know, because a lot of times people say don't look at the sun, and people really take that seriously, and sometimes it should be taken seriously. I'm not trying to say go look at it. But when it's coming up or going down, like I do look at it, or I look at it on the water bouncing, and I see more colors than I can ever share, you know, that happen, or dimensionality of light and beams of light. And I think that is so much beauty and just fun looking at it. And I am so grateful that I know how to capture most of it. There's a lot of stuff I'd love to have new technology to, you know, people to help me make the designs of new technology to capture how I really want to capture for dimensionality. But thank you for bringing that up, because I think that when we just like look with our eyes softer, or if we squint and look at light, we see, or, you know, a lot of times I can see the light bouncing on my own face, or my eyelashes have rainbows, and like, that's not just me, like we can. So like, you know, if you're squinting and look at some light and close your eyes so you don't get too much sun in your eyes, then you'll see all those rainbow, like refractions, I should say. Those aren't rainbows, but on your eyes, and it's magical, you know, and it's kind of like it's magical, but yet it's every day, it's every moment possible when the light is out, and when the light's not out, you could do it in the dark with lights. So enjoy and have fun, and thank you for asking me to talk about it, Mark.
Thank you, Stephanie. You know, when you're speaking of that, I think I think of humans, and I think of how, you know, we're so blocked by the shadows that are happening in the world right now. But we're squinting here and we're seeing each other. We're seeing the light, and each of ourselves a beacon that's calling to another that recognizes that light. And it's just a beautiful thing to be doing that with everybody here, and to find the special stories to draw attention to the positive deviance. Those of us in the world who are just doing the thing that we feel is the thing that we need to do. And it's the right thing, you know, we're just doing what we think is the right thing to do. And when I say it, I feel that my cheeks hurt from beaming. It's just the nature of humanity, I truly believe, is here to do this work. We've developed the tools, we're stumbling over them, as is always the case. No matter what, it's this drive and this desire to connect with the ways that we sense in the world that we're not truly aware of yet. And we just keep attuning to them and to each other. Just keep doing that, folks. Just keep doing that.
And I was just going to add the part about like our kin species and all the ways in which they see, that we're putting our perspective on what we think they see based on a limited version of what we're capable of seeing. And just to add that, like, I've literally had people who are legally blind take their glasses off and tell me they see light the way that I do, which makes me question everything that we were taught in a way, you know, because doesn't that say a lot? So it's just sort of like we've been having blinders on. So like, yes, keep doing, you keep having magical moments in all of this experience of what we call life, and, you know, and share that beauty, beaming it to others, because we're so much more than we were taught. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen, close us out. This is your gig now, and you'll be hosting us from Gray Area, and yeah.
All right. I want to invite everybody to wiggle their toes and take a breath and give thanks to your body, who's been sitting here for this whole time enjoying this wonderful information. But remember that we are also a field, and we are projecting our field at all times, and we are also one with everything around us, including the trees and the nature outside and the place that we're in. And just notice this interbeing with each other that we can get to enjoy. And my thanks to everyone who presented today. Check it out. If you missed it, go back and listen. They were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Party time.
Party time. Yeah. Incredible. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's see some hearts. I don't know if I have too many patterns. Oh, there they are. What a gift. You're also incredible. And this invitation is for everybody. So let's beam together. I'm going to bring up Eve, who is definitely part of the beam dream.
Hi, friends. So next up, as we go into our celebration, we are going to be watching a video by Bridget, who is also made a beautiful intro for us. So here it is.
And I think as an extension to what Stephen said, right? Like the point of this time of celebration, which includes music, and the Beam team is also part of the intro to the celebration, is that like we did just go through like a lot. Like we went through refugee camps, we went through like ecosystems going extinct, and like we went through our manifesting our dreams. Like we literally moved through the futurescape, the backscape. We like learned how to upcycle. We thought about like new ways of orienting to our energy systems. I mean, it's just been like an incredible journey all together. With Lucian taking us through the United Planet, like what is this collective world game that we're in, to help make a world that works for all. And so this is time to integrate that,
Yeah, it's also, I think, like as we talk about these more difficult subjects, it's important to remember why we are educating ourselves, and what we're like loving and fighting for is to be able to bring positivity and justice and share the happiness that we feel when we celebrate with the world.
Yeah, and this music from Bridget Guiza. So Bridget is an Indigenous artist in the community, and she's also a systems engineer and visionary. And she's actually going to be doing another of the celebrations live. But she prepared this video for us and also an intro video. So let's all like enjoy it. And it's an extension of the Ishkodeweke and the Awakening, which she writes as we dig deep, take a dive, and soar high. We remember who we are, the stewards of this planet who bring our ancestral wisdom in the recreation of our collective revolution. The veil is lifted to the truth. We are the warriors that carry the future.
I like that last sentiment. Definitely going to sit with that one.
Hello, good morning, buenos dias, minogigijeb. My name is Bridget Giza, and I have been part of the Design Science Studio Cohort 3 for the past 6-7 months, and I am honored here today to be able to share a little bit about my work as an artist. In the following segment, you'll be listening to and watching three, four different songs that we just did with some of my colleagues here, Beck Liberty and Awanabe Severson, with the local Prairie Public PBS station. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about those three and then share a little bit about my experience with DSS. So the first piece you'll be hearing is called Fire Warrior, and it is it's a piece that was inspired by the ancient Mexica Danza del Fuego, or fire dance. I am a descendant of the peoples of Central Mexico from my mom and dad's side, and so now I find myself in beautiful Gawa-Babiganikag White Earth Reservation in northern Minnesota, and so this group that you'll be seeing in the following minutes is a beautiful kind of union of the North and the South. And so we were able to capture a little bit of the sound and inspiration from the peoples of the South in Mexico with the peoples of the North here, the Anishinaabe community. And so Danza del Fuego is a reminder that there's fire within each and every one of us, and that as a collective we can really use this fire as a catalyst for the change that we want to see. And so these ancient sounds, ancient rhythms, I use the wewet, which is the ancient Aztec drum or Mexica drum, and then we work together with the acoustic drum and the bass to form a very powerful sound that I think will resonate across across borders. And that's one of the biggest points, is that music has no borders. Music unites us all, and a reminder that we all have that fire in the belly, that fire within us, and to use that as a healing modality. The next piece that you will be listening to is called Lonely Lights, and this is kind of an acknowledgement that we as a humanity, our story contains a lot of angst, a lot of chaos, a lot of feeling alone in this world, in this big world that sometimes feels like, it could be very overwhelming. And so sometimes we feel like that lonely light, and sometimes we feel like in our struggles, both as individuals and collectively, that maybe our struggles don't create any impact, or perhaps not have much value, or whatever it is the situation. Sometimes we feel like that lonely light. And so this is just an acknowledgement that we hear you, we see you, we've been there in some way, shape, or form ourselves, and you're not alone. You're not alone. And always remember, you can always go out into the forest, the woods, put a little asima out, put some food offerings, offer your angst, offer your grief to the beautiful landscape and to Mother Earth, and she will alchemize. And trust the greater process, trust the great mystery, trust the creator, or whatever you believe in. Put your trust in the process, put your trust in that, because there's such beauty in letting go of what perhaps might be holding us back. And sometimes that might be a pain or a lack of forgiveness, or whatever it is for you. As lonely lights, we sometimes can get carried away with the isolation. So don't do that necessarily. Fulfill what you need to fulfill in your life, but also grieve, because that's important. That's an important part of the process. The third piece is called Thunderbird Rising. And the Thunderbird in Anishinaabe culture is a very significant symbol. And it represents protection and strength and power. And so, as we know, water can be a very powerful entity, element, not only within our bodies, but also within our planet and within our solar system and the greater cosmology. And so in the form of wind and rain and thunder and lightning, we can really come to see how this element of water, water is life, can serve as a fighter and a protector itself. And so as we protect water, water protects us. So as you drink water, as you use water, we are water. We remember that there is incredible resilience, and there's a good fight in there. And so let the song kind of remind you that that water, that even though we might be a drop in the ocean, together we are the ocean. And so let that carry you in the highs and the lows. So again, I just wanted to share my gratitude for being part of cohort 3, being part of the amazing conversations and activities and projects and all the connections that we've made. I want to give a shout out to the staff, to all the people behind the scenes, to the people who've made this container happen, all of us, all of you, for your energy, your love, your commitment, and in sharing your beautiful light too, with all of us. So we're all fighting the good fight. We all have a long way to go, and we all know that the world that we envision in the future, we embody in the present. So So I want to leave you with that. Miigwech, gracias, laso kamati. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the performance. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Bridget Giza, and I'm originally from Los Angeles, but I live in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, and I'm honored to share the stage with my good friends Nabek Liberty and Awanabe Severson. Together we are Eshkode Ux, and that means fire in Ojibwe. The meaning really stems from having that fire in the belly, metaphorically, but also physically. Nabek has his thrash metal background. I kind of come in primarily with my classical training background, and Awanabe has different styles of rock. So as we started exploring each of our sounds, just my current influences, the current state of where my mind is, where my life is, and then meeting these two amazing people and their worlds too, we started realizing that it was kind of a meditative trance rock music. The coming together of our three individuals to create this group is a symbol of our resilience, of our strength, and of our collective healing journey. And music has brought us together.
My name is Nabe Kwa, or most people know me as Nabe, and I'm a Bear Clan member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, and I live in Bemidji currently. Music in regard to Anishinaabe culture is, of course, huge. You know, we've always had drums, and cultures around the world have drums, and they're very, very important to us, and I think that's why I ended up being a drummer. We have so much music, whether it's flutes, you know, the singing that we do, you know, everyone's aware of kind of powwow singing stuff, but I think one of the things that I would like people to think about as Anishinaabe people, we're more than the yeah, we're more than that. You know, we have also this kind of modern hunger to communicate and interact with the rest of the world. You don't have to just sing powwow. You don't have to just play a flute. You can intermingle those things with modern music and really speak to what's in your heart to say. What do you have to say musically? You can be all those things and still remain Anishinaabe person. You're not compromising anything in your heart. Even though when you listen to this, you don't say, oh man, those are Ojibways playing. You know, you don't hear that. But because we are Ojibways, it makes the music Anishinaabe in nature. We bring that. It's not the music that does it. We make it that.
Wow, that was really, really good. Oh, there we go. Wow, thank you, Bridget, for sending in that video and sharing how you're blending your culture into modern day music. I was very tranced out. I was cross stitching and dancing over here and really enjoying that beat going into my heart. Next up, we have Timmy with Sing for the Revolution.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna sing y'all some songs. I wrote this first song because of the diagram that Stephen Bao made. He was breaking down like the elements of life or of a person into 4 components, and he named them mind, body, heart, and self. And I really loved that, and it stuck with me. So I ended up singing it and writing down some words that go with it. Deliberate your mind. There's so much there to find. Celebrate your body. Tai Chi, cartwheels and ollies. Resonate your heart. With love, life, laughter, and art, illuminate yourself. In the depths of the truth, find your well. Serve yourself by serving someone else. We are the one. We are the whole. We are the sun. We are the soul. Living like the world is ours to hold. And growing old. Use your mind, move your body, give your heart, find yourself. Use your mind, move your body, give your heart, find yourself. Oh, serve yourself by serving someone else. All right, now I have another song for you. And this one I wrote for a friend of mine who started a conservation organization in Louisiana, which is not so common there, but he's really making a movement about conserving some of our wildlife and trying to get basically people and money organized to buy more land that will be turned into conservation forest instead of subdivisions and whatever else we find to do with them. And so I was inspired by his organization, and I actually wrote this song to sing it at some of his fundraisers and stuff like that. And here we go. It's up to us, every decision, forming a trust, building a vision, a forested future, wild and free, preservation, diversity. We are blessed to be bathing in sunshine and breeze. This mess is worth saving for the birds and for the trees. Let us begin to guide ourselves, family and friends. Consider your wealth. What do you need to live with a smile? Clean air you breathe and food that grows wild. I ain't saying it's easy, I'm just saying we can redesign the relationship between ourselves and the land. A seed has been planted and it's growing, bringing light to a world in the dark. See your hands overflowing with abundance that pours from your heart and head. Be brave, create, let's get started. Redesign the relationship between ourselves and the land.
We do a little unmute clap moment, make sounds.
Oh, ow!
So beautiful. Ooh, that lyric though. I ain't saying it's easy. I'm just saying we can redesign our relationship with ourselves and the land.
That's all the written words I've got for you guys. So I think I'm just gonna start playing stuff, and you guys can sing if you want. You can send me words if you want, and I'll sing those words, and we're just gonna have fun and move around a little bit. Play together. Oh yeah, come on camera if you want. Dance around, be silly. Give me some funny words to say or serious words to say. I'll do either. Yeah. We're all around a sticky pond. And we've all been found by our wands. Oh, it's magic here in in our pond with our clear frenzies and away. Will we find ourselves open up to the changes coming around? I'm so thankful for you and all the goodness that you found. And we're going so fast we ought to stop and look around. And we might see dragonflies, dragons, and hiccups in our teeth. And we might be the greatest rainbow-colored octopus that this world's ever seen. Drinking fancy with our pinkies in the air and our teacups everywhere. We'll be smiling ear to ear. Activate yourselves, activate as well. Laying in the moss is soft, and I like softness, makes me well. Overjoyed, like blue jays above the clouds. Overjoyed, 'cause my inner voice is singing loud. Open yourselves. We've got so much goodness overflowing wells. Open yourself. There's a bright light beaming from within, and we can't help so blessed to have each other like lovers all around the world. We are so blessed to have this purpose, to be harmonizing this mess that we've unfurled. Oh, I'm glad to be by your side. And I feel so free, I don't want no more to hide. We can break out loud, last forever together. This infinite cycle is our weather balloon, and I'll ride it with you. Over the clouds. Oh, how could so much serendipitousness be blessing us? It's like someone's come to visit. Brilliant light and peaceful nights. We're overwhelmed with all that's right. we couldn't have gotten here ourselves. Love is here. Love is here. Love is here. Waiting for the bees. There's a complex pattern and rapture in us. It's deciding the things we don't understand. We just keep pushing ourselves over the edge, push out in every direction and feed this harmony. Together we can do anything. This is the best hour, wholesomeness. We find each other and over blessed together. What could be better than a problem to solve with our friends? The light bends, filled with sweetness. I can hardly take how precious this is. We love you, bliss. Na 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 na. Ooh. Bliss is love, and love is this. We love you, bliss. Soon we'll be flying together up in the sky, and what's better, we will be easy together. All is white. We've got work to do. Our species is only a child. Life can feel hard sometimes, but it's less hard when we're together. And this love is metaphysical gravity. Thank you, Stephen, for being an inspiration to stay in our spirit and our heart and in our dream space. Our work is our love made visible. Thankful for our kin. Thankful for this light that's pouring out from within. Our community is destined for great things. We've found a purpose we've been asking for. Be brave, be strong. All of this is going on for us, and we must do our duty to spread this harmony, this crystal that we are. Grateful for expansive regeneration. Oh, we're grateful for belonging, for our kinship. And we're here to spread abundance. And we're blessed, and we're blessed, and we can do this. This world is turning around. I'm glad that we found each other, 'cause this difference that we're making, it's needed. And there's so much we can accomplish if we're working together. I can feel it. All of you inspiring with your words, with your art, with your visionary ideas coming hard. straight at the world as it opens up to receive. We are free.
Qué lindo.
Bravo, bravo. Good job, Timmy. That was great.
Your words made it.
Rainbow colored octopus. Good job, though. Some of those lines, I was like, is he gonna be able to do it? You did it. Good job.
Yay.
That was fun. That was really, really special. So I think we're gonna get back with Roxy for some closing announcements before we close out today's session. And so let's hear about what's tomorrow.
Well, don't you want to know? Me too. I'm just kidding. Kidding, not kidding. No, I'm just kidding. It's gonna be amazing. Wow. I will say, I'll start us off by saying, here, I'll put myself on spotlight. Well, first, yay! Day one! Change the story, change the world. Let's go. Welcome back to Regenera. Oh, such a gift to do this together. I am wearing the first outfit that I ever wore when we had our very first Regenera Rising. I saw a photo of it the other day and I was like, I saw that. So, you know, just like an artifact, I'm embodying the past, the present, and the future. I will say actually that this is I'm half Colombian, and my Colombian peoples, this is from the Putumayo, and it is like this beautiful, they had, I spoke to this really amazing Putumayo artist, indigenous cultural bearer, and he said that there's like a part of the Putumayo that there's some controversy about, like, oh, they didn't have a language until a certain point, and they were like, no, our first like captured language was in our beadwork. And so this is one of the symbols of like channeling like the divine of all of life through, and being a vessel for good to flow through you into the world. I was like, okay, that was appropriate. It was very powerful, and I don't wear it very often, so showing gratitude to my peoples, to my ancestors, my Iranian ancestors, my Colombian ancestors, to all our ancestors, to all our relations, backwards and forwards. May we become good ancestors. This has been such a saying, like typing in the chat, like what a balm for the soul this is. And we've only just begun. Tomorrow we will kick off the day with a really beautiful opening ceremony. We'll have Amanda Gregory opening the day with a really powerful performance, and then Alixa Garcia is going to come and do a poem. And then it will be full of incredible talks and performances. We'll open up the new exhibition. We'll do some artist tours. It's going to be really special. So the schedule will be published before we get started tomorrow. And yeah, I hope that everyone has, you know, just take some time if you can to let this all soak in. And I feel it so often, like I feel like what we're doing is a prayer for the world, it's a prayer for the future. And we get to, like, you know, we're living it. We're here in the city together. We're embodying that potential future that we're calling in for all of life, for all people, for all beings everywhere and all timelines, to all of our relations. May our life be an offering to the web of relations. All of life is relational. And it took us so much to get here. It's such a journey. So many people, so much love and passion and courage and vision and strength to tend to our dreams together, to support each other, to not give up, but to adapt and to adjust. and to show up for each other in the best ways we can, how we can, when we can. So just it's been beautiful to live this with you on our first day of Regeneron Rising for the third time, and so look forward to welcoming everyone back tomorrow. I just give a shout out to all of the volunteers who helped make today possible. I'm gonna bring up our volunteer coordinator, the one and only Eve Rose. Also a volunteer coordinator.
Volunteer on volunteer on volunteer. Yep.
Anyone you want to speak voice to?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Mage for being amazing and holding it down with the social cards, being active in the WhatsApp with different guest speakers who will be joining us this weekend. Suparna for being amazing and literally making a giant spreadsheet last night that was amazing and brought in a lot of different invitations that you actually got to experience today, of how do we want to weave this story together as a group through the power of the MCs. So thank you, Suparna, for that gift. All of my MCs also, if I'm going to thank the MC captain, I got to thank all of them. Roxy, I mean, I could just start listing people. Julia. Oh, you want me to just keep going? Yeah. Okay. You want me to fill the 5 minutes?
Why not? What a beautiful thing to be grateful. I love being
I know
grateful.
it's really amazing how many people work to make this dream actually be able to survive and thrive and keep going. And this, like Roxy said, is only day 1 of 7. And our this was our shortest day, but we're gonna have even longer materials the next 2 days, so stay tuned. And actually, I'm giving a workshop tomorrow, so I'm gonna challenge myself with that one. So yeah. Anything else?
Yay. I'll also give an additional shout out to the Vision Train that's hosting us here. It's the Nonstop Vision Train. Toot toot. It's been going since 2020. It's a home for so many artists around the world coming together anytime the space is open. There are trips all the time, and there's amazing people coming and teaching about all kinds of different art and amazing community, many of which we woven together. And yeah, it's just like for everyone who didn't get to experience all the magnificent people today, it really truly was such an incredible day. And, all of us come from our lineages, but I will just thank everyone who shared today. Thank myself.
Yes,
Gio.
definitely, Roxy. You hold it down so good. You're like, I think I've said this before, but you are my favorite superhero. Yeah, you really are.
Speaking of Meryl, we'll do the little thanks Gio and the ajalotes. And thanks Suparna for opening our throats. I think this was also like, I thought of you when I put this on this morning. I was like, oh, right, I gotta bring it through. Thank you, Eve. Thank you to Lucian, who came from United Planet. Thank you to Kevin Rowell, who came from United Refuge, helping at risk communities in the most complex.
Yeah.
You say that again?
Yeah, he got in last night and he joined us today. And Lucian actually left to go on to start another up game in Portugal. So literally, we're all around the world.
Ships in the night, yeah.
I know.
Kevin was on the front lines, like helping set up a new refugee settlement outside of Gaza. And Julia Rosati, who's a core part of the Design Science Studio stewardship team, is one of the co-founders of United Refuge and helped make everything possible and does all the time. She's a rock. Bless her. Thank you, Naya, for bringing so much beauty and seeing and weaving our participatory story.
I see in the chat that Suparna has some gratitude again.
Oh, great.
Yeah, come on now.
I'm just going down the line, but I can pause. I know where I'm at in the line.
Okay, so I have 3 things to share. Like a nerd, I have a count. 3 things. I think the first thing is I'm very thankful for all your ancestors. Of course, I'm thankful for mine, but wow, right? Like so much echoing, and I'm looking at Mark and you say echo, and there's so much echoing in each other's. We have like our flavors that we were raised with, but we deepen our flavors when we see the echoes and another flavor of that echo, right? It's so gorgeous. So very thankful for all our ancestors, and they made you. And that is so important because second point, it's a team. It never happens alone. And we're weaving an emergence. And honestly, like I couldn't have stepped into the request that I received if I didn't have smiling faces back and Shobhanaya saying, yeah, let's do this. This is great. And we're ripping with each other, right? So you genuinely are co-creating in small ways and big ways. And the big is made up of many, many, many small. So that's the second reflection for today. And the third one is imperfect action. Imperfect action. It's never going to be perfect. And it's not all on any of us, it's on all of us together. So we're like little cells, and there are many, many, many other cells that are doing their thing. So just do your thing. So thank you for that. Thank you for the space to share this.
Thank you, Suparna. That was beautiful. Imperfect action. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just got to go for it. Like you're never gonna fully have it together, but together we have it all. So just gotta try and make the effort and adjust along the way. Yeah. And our ancestors are also the earth, you know. Thank you to the earth, to all the ecosystems that hold us, to the lands, to the indigenous folks who steward these lands or used to steward the lands that we're on. Yeah, thank you to all of the wild and painful portal that we're in as a society and as a species that's helping us to see what otherwise has never been quite so visible, I think, at this scale. And may we transmute that pain into care and into love and into action so that all those who are suffering may be free and all those who have power can show love. And all those who are hungry be fed. Also want to thank the other artists who shared today, Miss Velvet Cream. So grateful for her. She's been holding it down with upcycling in the Bay Area and now in Sacramento for the last 15 years. And she's going to come if anyone is joining us also in person. On Saturday, she's leading a 2-hour upcycling workshop, which is incredible. Definitely don't miss it if you can help it. And Larissa and Mark and Eco and Echo and Irena. Oh, that piece was so magnificently beautiful and painful at the same time. But like, ooh, I see you. I see you. I want to just let's come hang out together for a minute. We do our closing as a family. And
hey, who's them? Who's them?
we are them. We are them. And thank you to Stephen and Stephen Bao, even though you're not here, we love you. And Bliss, we love you. And Stephanie and Bridget's artist collaborators and the Ushanuba wisdom keepers that she's tending to. And to Timmy for like singing us home. That was so beautiful. And to Harlan.
So good, Timmy.
And to everyone who attended and will be attending. Yeah, this is real, y'all. This is beautiful. I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. I hope everybody, oh, Dennis is here. Great. And also, oh my gosh. I mean, we'll get to talk about it more tomorrow. Oh, and Pamela's still here. Pamela. But we have Julian and Ian who are both still in the room, and they have been with Serena working with so much love, tending to this new exhibition. It's so beautiful. I'm like blown away. I cannot wait for us to get to showcase some of the work in there tomorrow and open it up for exploration. Thank you, Zach Dario, who's been coming all year to our events. It's great to see you again, and Sudie Bell and Dan Sutton. Yeah, bless you all, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And thank you to everyone who's tuned in. And with that, we will close. Hey, everyone, have a beautiful rest of your evening and looking forward to continuing to weave these threads together in Regenerative Rising. I'm going to turn off the stream and then we will be complete.